morning. Happy Saturday to you. Here we go. Almost there. Good morning, good morning. Maybe it'll let me see it there. How about that? There we go. Hi. Hello. Hello, friends. Happy Saturday. How are you? How are you today? It's a lovely day. I don't know. I mean, it is a lovely day, but it's not very lovely outside here. It is snowing. We got overnight, Thursday night to Friday, I don't know, like 6 or 8 inches here at our house. So it's a lot. Anyhow, welcome to spring. Welcome to spring in Utah. And if you're in Colorado, it's kind of the same thing in Colorado. So welcome, friends. Hello, hello. Nice to see you. Welcome. So happy to have you here this Saturday. My name is Lael, and I have a business, Lael by Mail. When I'm not traveling on Saturdays, we are here on my YouTube channel, and we will do what I like to do what I like to call, something like that, creative listing. We are taking some topics that I publish on Thursdays. Email goes out, social media, all the things on the blog. And we take those topics and we play. We're playing with paper and stamps and die cuts and all different kinds of things. We laugh and we learn. But what we're really doing is we are documenting or journaling or storytelling or however you want to call this whole thing that we do. But we're really telling our own story. And it is doing that in a really, in my perspective, a really easy and approachable way because you're making a list. But as you're making a list, you're having fun and playing and being creative, but you're also telling a story, and it's a story that's probably not been told. Maybe like one of ours today is things that are food that you always have in the house and food that you never have in the house, which tells a very interesting story, maybe about your stage of life, maybe about your relationships, different things like that. So that's what we're doing here. Welcome to you. If you are brand new, welcome. Always fun to have new friends join us. I'd love it if you want to pop in the chat. If you're watching live, there's a live chat that takes place. I see it over there eventually. On the right-hand side of my screen. But if you want to pop in and say hello, we'd love to have you do that if you are new. And let us know where you're from if you'd like. And also, how did you find me? I'm always so curious to know how you found me. And even some of you that have been here for a long time. You know, some of you I know, some of you we've never met, but I'm always curious as to how you know me as well. Those of you that are watching live, welcome. I think I already said that. Anyhow, pop up in the chat so we know you're here. If you're watching the replay, welcome to you as well. Always fun to have you whenever you can join. We have lots of fun stuff in store for today. We will be doing, I think, just a little tiny bit of show and tell. We'll be talking about big celebration coming up in this next coming week. And then we'll start playing, okay? Let me stop. Let me look at the chat. Let's see who is here so far. Hello, Grace. Nice to see you. She's looking forward to it. I am as well. Grace, she is sorting old slides on a light board. I love that. That is, I don't know, that's very nostalgic for me, Grace. My dad wasn't a photographer by profession, but he very much was into photography. And for a lot of years, he took slides, did slide film, slide whatever. And so my mother has boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of slides. So it's just fun to see photos come out like when my sister and I were really young and, you know, different things like that. So enjoy that. That is such a kind of a special thing to have. Hello, Tracy. Good morning from Iowa. Wind gusts of 83. So everyone to the east, watch out. Watching a little bit of the news this morning and saw some of what's happening with the winds and things. Just crazy, crazy. Please stay safe. Diane, hello. Hello, Belinda. Kathy Rodriguez from Southern California. Chilly, but the sun is out. That's good. That's good. Sun is always good. Good morning, Justine. Hello, Elizabeth. Wanda, rainy in Tennessee. Joe Disney fan, welcome from Pennsylvania. Sarah, welcome. Sarah is very excited to have happy mail coming. Yes, some of you have happy mail coming. And some of you will probably have happy mail coming after next weekend. Diane, lots and lots of fires and a tornado touchdown in Rolla, Missouri. That may be what I saw, but whatever we were watching, and I didn't catch the beginning of it where it said where these horrific like weather events were taking place. But oh my goodness, yeah, you guys, please stay safe. Let's see. Oh, I love it, Joe. I couldn't be in better company. She said, Joe said, I'm on her iPad and Tim Holtz is on the TV. Lots of crafty fun. I love that. Hello, Patricia. Good morning. Joe finished Rain chilly and nice in San Diego. Good morning, Scrapbook Sista. Hello, Louisa from sunny Southern California. Joyce from Central Florida. Susie Cupido. You know I love to do that. From Louisiana, right? I think. Amy, good morning. Good morning. Amy is with us. The Robin to my Batman. Amy's my right hand and is here after a little bit of time off and then a little bit of unplanned time off. She's doing awesome, but always fun to have Amy here. Amy will be joining in the chat, and if you guys have questions and I don't see them, she was great at answering those questions. She knows a lot about what we do, even some things that I don't, so that's always helpful. And she'll also, as I'm using different products and things, she'll make it really easy for you to find them because she'll put the links in the chat. Now, I believe the way that you can easily see Amy is I think there's a little, I think her name is in blue in the chat, and there's a little wrench next to her name. So, yes, I see that. A. Sonneman, and you'll see the little wrench. So, she's great for all kinds of things. Welcome, Amy. Nice to have you. Hope you're feeling good. Let's see. Marilee, good morning in Sacramento, cold and chilly. Good morning, Wendy McTurk. Severe weather in Louisiana too. Gosh, I know, right? If it's not one thing, and if it's not in one part of our country here in the U.S., it's in another part. The weather is just kind of like a pinball machine, right? Or the weather and the other kind of events, fires and tornadoes and things like that. So everyone stay safe, please. Bev, hello from Chile, Montana. Wanda, Wanda's gonna wait to order until next week because she's thinking there's some things that she might want to pick up. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Hello, Martine. Nice to see you. Our friend from the Netherlands. Janine Douglas. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Bernice. Lori M. Hello, Carrie Meredith. Hello, Mom. My mother is in the house hanging out for a bit. And I never know when she's popping in, so it's always fun. Always fun. Good morning, Sam. Pam, I just put your words together. Pam Soam, Sam, my friend Pam. Hi, Pam. Let's see. Hi, Shay. Wanda saying hello, Lael's mom. Lauren and the Yarn, your first or second Saturday live came up after a junk journal video in 2020. So, yes, we are March 21st, which is a week from yesterday. March 21st is a Friday. That is the 5-year anniversary of all of this when we started doing the lives on Saturdays to help us through the pandemic. So, we have a super big anniversary coming up and lots of really fun things. But isn't that interesting, Lauren? That very first video. Yeah. That very first video that by now has had like 55,000 views, which blows my mind. But yeah. Hello, Shay. I think I already said hello, Shay. Hello, Louisa. I know I'm hitting you guys a couple of times, but you know, hello. Hello, Terry. Anne. Hello, Anne Circassian. Yeah. Lisa Lackey. Good morning. Amy, hello, Amy. Let's see. Amy said she is from Southern California and has been scrapbooking for years. I love that. Welcome, Amy. Welcome. Jackie's here from chilly but sunny Nevada. Terry is booking her flights to Texas today for Little Craft Fest. Some of you have heard me talk about Little Craft Fest. Little Craft Fest is a stationary event, like vending, lots of shopping, and then also classes that is taking place in Houston, Texas. The third weekend in April. So I think it's like the 25th, 26th, and 27th. So I will be there. Nick will be there. Amy will be there. We have 3 booths, 3 spaces, vending spaces. So lots of product is headed there. And then I'm also teaching 2 workshops. One is sold out, which I am like so humbled about. There's some really big names of people teaching there. And, you know, it's you always worry about, you always worry that you hope people show up for your workshops and decide they're sound intriguing enough and interesting enough that they want to pay to attend one of the workshops. And yeah, so one of mine is sold out. So very just beyond humbled with that. Anita, hello. Hello, Susan. Nice to see you. Michelle, hello. Crafty865. Just want to make sure we kind of get everybody before we continue to go. Hi, Debbie. Nice to see you. Hello, Heather. Kathy. I know Kathy said it's hard to believe it's been 5 years, isn't it? And some of you may have joined me, anytime during this journey. Some of you have been part of me prior to that, but I think there's a lot of you that we kind of connected during that time. And if you kind of connected with us a little bit after that, that was the very first weekend of the pandemic after everything shut down. And that's, here we are, still here, which is, I'm just so excited about because I love it here. I love it here on Saturdays when we are chatting and laughing and playing and sometimes crying just a little bit. And just having fun. Hello, Jen. Let's see. Lisa said she was the after party winner last week. You messaged, but think I did something wrong because I haven't heard back. Lisa, I am almost 100% positive that I responded. I'm almost 100% positive. So let's do this. Double check your junk spam folder. For whatever reason, for some of you, emails end up in your junk spam folder. So Lisa, if you'll do me a favor, check there. If not, please email me again and I'll circle back and find it. Terry will be a brand new grandma by then. How exciting. Heather, is that something you do every year? So Heather, this is the very first year for Little Craft Fest. It is the very first year. Based on, they're planning on, I think, around 2,000 attendees across the 3 days. So far, I think I haven't talked to Eunice to know if they're planning on holding it again next year, but I would imagine they will. So crossing fingers because I think it's going to be a great event for sure. And if you want to know more about that, just go to littlecraftfest.com and then you'll find out all the information there, or you can email me and I'll share a link or whatever you need. Hello, Reverend Joy Ellen. Howdy. Nice to see you from San Jose again. Terry will be a grandma by Little Craft Fest. Terry, you better bring me some pictures, okay? Please, please, please. Yeah, and you can post them too in the Facebook group, the Layout by Mail Facebook group. That would be fun, Terry, because I'm sure I'm not the only one that would like to see them. I know that. Let's see. Oh, Wanda, I love that. Wanda, thank you. She said, I don't remember how I found you, but I'm sure I did. You've changed my crafting life. That just makes me feel so good. You have no idea. You have no idea. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. All right. So I think, hello, Gerda. Nice to see you. I think I'm just about down to the end. Debbie Farnham just got her Happy Mail package. She loved Kelly Bangs and the goodness she designs. I know, right? Yes. I think Debbie is talking about most likely the Just Saying collection, maybe, which is one of the collections we'll be using today. So let's do this. I need to talk about a winner. We'll very quickly talk about the plans for this upcoming week because there's some very exciting things happening next weekend. And then we'll rotate the cameras, look at our list from last week, and then we will dive in and start playing. Deal? Okay. So, winner from last week. I always do prizes when we are together because I like to share. I think one of my love languages is gift giving. It just makes me happy. So it makes me happy that I'm going to take advantage of being happy and I'm going to do it. So I always do prizes. We always do a live prize, and the live prize will take place during the chat as I'm working. And so, hang on, I'll kind of explain how that works when we get there. But there's always an after party prize. And the after party takes place after the videos are over so that anyone can participate. If you're watching live, you can still participate in the after party prize. But also if you can't watch live and you watch the replay, you also have an opportunity. You don't get penalized because you can't watch live. So the way the after party prizes work is you leave a comment on the video when it's over, not in the chat, when the video is over. You have at least a week to do that because I pick the winner for the after party prize the morning before we are ready to start again. So, for example, this morning before we started, that's why I was a minute or two late, forgot to do that. I go to last week's video. I sort the comments by newest first, and then I just like this, and wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins the prize. So, for last week's prize was kind of, I don't want to say leftovers because it doesn't sound very attractive, but it's not like that leftover spaghetti that's been in your fridge for 6 days that you're, taking over to the garbage. My leftovers, the product I had not used, or maybe just used a little tiny bit from the You Are My Sunshine collection from Pretty Little Studios. So lots of fun goodies in there, and the winner of that is... And I'm going to say this word because it is in her YouTube name, so it's okay, even though I don't swear online. CandyAss718, who I also have learned, her name is Alice. Alice, if you're here, Alice, congratulations. You win that lots and lots. It's a lot of product. Prize. And so whenever you win the after prize, and if you win the live prize, I just tell you to shoot me an email. Really important because this is super helpful for me. If in the subject line you tell me what you won, that's really helpful. So I reply to your comment. That's how you know you win. You email me back in the subject line, winner, and she'll say, I think I told her to say sunshine, and then name and address, and then we're good. I try to stay on top of those, but every once in a while they go into the email land, and yeah. So if for some reason you don't hear from me, then don't be shy. Please follow back up with me. All right. So anyhow, congratulations, Alice Candy Ass 718. I always get such a kick out of that. That's her YouTube gaming name. So she had shared that with us before. So yes, congratulations, Deborah. Nice to see Deborah. I was thinking about you. I know I was thinking about you because one of the last lists that we did, I flipped it. I remember once a long time ago, you asked me, why do you always do your list on the left and your decorating on the right? And I went, I have no idea. It just never occurred to me. So I flipped it a couple times. The last time I did that, I thought of you. So nice to see you here with us. It's been a while, right? All right, friends, I think we are ready. All right, so, I just saw one quick thing that I would like to just share. I just saw Terry mention something about glimmers. She said she shared about glimmers with the women I was on a retreat with last weekend. They loved the idea of looking for glimmers every day. I love that. I love that, love that, love that. We are next week going to talk about glimmers again for a little bit. So we'll do a glimmers list again next week. Okay, so let's do this. Let us turn off, flip, all those things. So let me flip the camera first. Like that. See how we're looking there. Make sure things are kind of straight-ish. Straight-ish, right? Turn off the overhead light so we reduce the glare. And spin the lights. Now, Nick and Sam. Oh, where did that go? That's weird. Nick and Sam they will be back soon. I think they had to run to Home Depot. They're working on a project for me, and I don't know. It seems to me that always involves multiple trips to Home Depot, but it's some electrical, and Sam's an electrician, so I always try to take advantage of him when we need something done. So anyhow, at some point, thank you for the reminder, Deborah. Thank you. At some point, we will be, I'll be shutting the door because it's probably going to get a little bit loud. I think they're going to be doing some drilling. All righty, so here we go. I hope you guys are all doing well today. Hope you have something fun this week planned this weekend. Even if fun is relaxing and doing nothing, that's still fun. That means you deserve it. That means you needed it, right? There was a day this week, maybe Tuesday, where I got up and I worked out and I was so freaking tired. I just, all day long, and finally about 3 o'clock, they're here. Hi, sweetie. You're gonna shut it so I don't disturb you?
No, so
you're drilling. Okay.
The noise is that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Love you.
Love you. Bye-bye. Okay. Sorry about that. But finally about 3 o'clock, I'm like, you know what? I am done. I'm not going to work anymore today. I'm going to relax, and that's just what I need to do. And sometimes our body needs that, right? Oh, Pamela. Pamela, you're having knee surgery. And you had 2 or 3 hip surgeries. Oh my goodness. I hope it all goes well, Pamela. And it is a little bit less involved maybe than your last ones, right? We'll be thinking about you for sure. Deborah has a birthday coming up. She's turning 62 on Monday, enjoying a quiet pre-birthday weekend. Good for you. Good for you. Nice to have you back, Pamela. All right, friends. So last week we did, I always have to look because even though it was only last Saturday, it's like, seems like a lifetime ago sometimes, right? Last Saturday, we did 3 lists. We started out with this one. Things I'm looking forward to this spring. For this list, we used Tea Garden from Simple Stories. It is just a really fun, bright, cheery, springy collection, right? This type of list, things I'm looking forward to this spring. In fact, Deborah, I think it was this one. It was last week I was thinking about you because it's flipped. This type of list is something that I do 6 times a year. Things I'm looking forward to this year, things I'm looking forward to this spring, summer, fall, winter, and things I'm looking forward to this Christmas. So When we do a list like this, it's always really important for me to kind of have a heart to heart talk. Because I know some of you are like, I can't do that list because literally there is nothing I'm looking forward to. And then that's where we have a heart to heart talk. And I say, you know what, let's just kind of break that down a little bit. Tell me what you like to do. Tell me what you like to eat. Tell me what your hobbies are. And I guarantee you with every single person, if we sat down and we used that thought process, we could come up with a list like this. It might be, oh, I know, here's one. Those of you that are Ted Lasso fans, they just announced they are coming out with the season 4, right? So there you go, something to look forward to. But it could be the next episode of 1923. It could be you have a favorite musician that's coming out with a new song or a new album. Maybe you're really excited to garden, and so you're looking forward to gardening or seeing all your tulips that you planted last year pop out of the ground. Maybe fresh fruits and vegetables that you get this time of year in the spring that maybe you don't normally get where you live based on weather and things like that. So I never want someone to take a look at a list, something that we do, and say, yeah, that won't work for me, because we can always figure out a way to spin it. So this one was things I'm looking forward to this spring. This, to me, that little cloud that was on that piece of paper was just screaming, put the title here, so that worked really well for that. For this one, we used the All the Things stamp set, paired with the Mini Icons Spring little stamp set there for those little butterflies. So that was our first list. Our second list, oh, I just remembered. We had some things come up this week with some friends, so I was out of pocket for a couple of days. I will, before next Saturday, I'll explain this list first. Our second list was a perfect Sunday. So what is your example of a perfect Sunday? And you know what? Your list may be really short. It may be relax and lay on the couch and do nothing and binge watch, I don't know, whatever show you're watching. Totally good, right? This is your list, right? This is my list, the things that my perfect Sunday. So that morning, last Saturday morning, and this is pretty common for Nick and I to do on, Nick's my husband, on Saturday mornings, is we're having coffee and he's like, so what are your lists today? And then we just kind of chat about them or whatever. But this particular list, I was kind of talking about the things that were on my list, and I said, wait a minute, I know what we're going to do. I said, you tell me the things that are on your list for a perfect Sunday. So he wrote them down. Well, I think I wrote them down. I wrote them down over here. And then as we were kind of working on our list on Saturday together here, not Nick, he was not doing that with us, but I thought, you know what? I am going to have him write his things in the boxes. I think this is a great way to get someone else's voice in your projects. And here's the thing, whether it is a list, whether it is a scrapbook page, whether it's an art journal, whether it is a card or a mini book, whatever kind of art that you do, I think it is a really fun and a different perspective to not only get your voice in there, but other people's voice. So I had his voice. I know what his things are, but even better, getting his voice is having him write the things down. Now, I'm a little bit anal. I'm a little bit type A. I like things the way I like them. This is a very graphic, very simple list, but it took us a long time to do. If you are worried about just handing someone a piece of paper and saying, here, write what your perfect Sunday is, and you want to be able to work it into your project, well, you know what? Give them some guidelines. These are the guidelines. Here you go, Nick. All the way down to, hey, here are the boxes, write your things in the boxes. And oh, by the way, we talked about this last week and I wrote down for you what you said. And here's the pen I want you to use, and stay within the lines, whatever, so that it still looks nice and cohesive, but gets then kind of the different perspectives and then also in his handwriting. So this one, we used a brand new stamp set that doesn't even exist. Well, it exists, but it doesn't exist to you guys yet. I really wanted to use it, and so I pulled it out last week. And that is, there is a Reggie Alpha. Oh, maybe I didn't pull it in here. I do not have it up. You'll just have to wait until next Friday, or this coming Friday, the 21st. So lots of new things coming that we'll talk about shortly. But I stamped hers with the Alpha, and I stamped his with the Alpha, and then just kind of everything now works together. We used both in the box and in the box too. stamps to create those little boxes, and just had a lot of fun with that. That was a lot of fun. Yes, this is it's a 6x8 set with nice large letters. All right, our last list that we did was fads. Okay, and these are fads that I've taken part of in my life. A fad, a trend. I mean, whatever word is you want to use. When I looked it up in the dictionary, a fad is something short-lived and a trend is maybe a little bit longer-lived. But as I was putting my list together, this was my list, and I used my Listing with Lael workbook. But as I was making my list, it was all over the board, and I'm like, how am I even going to organize this? And so I thought, you know what I'll do? They kind of are working themselves into 3 different categories. So I kind of did fashion, diet and exercise, and other. So then I went back and just kind of color coded them with a highlighter so that when we sat down and worked on this list, it was really easy for me to group things together. So used the focus stamp set, those numbers, used Tally Alpha for the title, and then used some products from Vicky's Bright and Bold and Bright collection. But another one, just had a lot of fun with that. This was definitely a more simple list right here, right? This one took a bit longer. This one actually took a lot longer because I was doing all kinds of stamping and things. Not all of our lists have to be super complicated or have a lot of product on them like that. This one has a lot of product. This is very product focused. This one, really not so product focused at all. This one was more kind of numbers and titles using stamps. The other thing that I will just mention here, some of you are like cringing because you see these 2 lists together, because they do not match or coordinate at all. And there are no rules in what we do. They don't have to match. You can do, in fact, these lists were done 2 different days, March 1st and March 8th, right? So you can put your list wherever you want in whatever format that you're working with. And the colors and patterns don't have to match left to right. If you want them to, then you do something like this. Even if it's a shorter list, then decorate one side and you're off and running. All right? Okay, yes, Beanie Babies. Beanie Babies was one. Also cow print, which interestingly enough, I did see some things this week that looked like cow print as a trend were coming back. That was right out of college. I was really into cow print, and my whole kitchen was decorated in cow print. You know what I mean by cow print, the spots. One thing that we did talk about though, and this is also another important thing with me that I always share, is we don't judge here, right? We don't judge. When I was talking about the things here, and one of the fads when I was young was like having claw bangs, right? Where you'd rat your bangs with Aquanet. Or having Farrah Fawcett layers, things like that. If that's a fad I took part in, but if you are still rocking that fad, you know what? Good for you. Tube tops was one of the things that we were laughing at. Tube tops was a fad that I never quite had the stomach to pull that off. But I said, hey, if you're still rocking a tube top, good for you. You work that, right? So never any judgment about anything that we do. At least that's the way that I'd like it to be. And you know what? I can't see you guys, so I just assume we're in a judge-free environment. You could be judging me left, right, center about what I'm wearing, what I'm doing, what I'm saying, what I'm writing, anything like that, and I don't see it. So it's all good. It is all good. Susan, that's Susan, right? Not Christy. I always get that mixed up. K. Melania. Susan, not Christy, right? Because I need to be corrected if I'm wrong. All right, so those were our 3 lists. The first list that we're starting with today. Pamela said it must be our age group. Yeah, probably so. I mean, I graduated from high school in 1986, so, child of the 70s and the 80s. All right, so our first list today, Susan. Okay, good. I thought so. Hi, Susan. Nice to see you, friend. All right, so our first list today, we'll be using the product that I have here on my table, and that one is... I call it an instant good mood. All right. So what are things that instantly put you into a good mood? When we do things like this, especially a list like this, I think it has some staying power. And what I mean by that is it's fun while we do it. I get so much out of what we do here together. I'm playing. It's social. I feel like we're all together. I get to play and experiment and do all kinds of fun things. So I really enjoy that. But a list like this, things that instantly put you in a good mood, well, guess what? When you're not in a good mood, sometimes something like that is a really good list to refer back to, because sometimes you need a little reminder. Oh my gosh, you know what? That's right. I know that when I put on the music really loud in the house, that instantly puts me in a good mood. So you know what? If I'm kind of feeling down in the dumps right now, maybe I should turn on the music. Or, I love to, one thing that puts me in a good mood instantly is hearing a baby laugh. Now, I don't have any babies in my life, but you know what? I could probably go to the grocery store, wander around. I might see a little baby in the cart with the mom, and I could smile, and maybe the baby would laugh. So a list like this, kind of as a reference point, might be something really good to kind of have on hand to refer back to when you feel like you need a little mood lift. Freshly fallen snow. I love that. I love that, Tracy. So sometimes what happens here, you guys, is that some of the things that I mention you'll be like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Sometimes some of the things you mention remind me, and I'm like, oh yes, that reminds me. This is also a fun type of list just to get in a conversation with someone, a friend that you're having lunch with. Hey, you know what? I was driving here today and I saw a beautiful rainbow, and that always puts me in such a good mood. And I was listening to, because I was this morning, Hall & Oates, Say It Isn't So, and that always puts me in a good mood. What are some things that put you in a good mood? And it's just kind of a great conversation starter, icebreaker. All right, anyhow. So we are using the Simple Vintage Flower Shop collection that is here on my tabletop, my work surface. I did a What's New Thursday this week where I kind of did the unboxing of this collection. I will tell you, this collection, Simple Stories, is already sold out of a couple of items. I believe the rub-ons, and I believe it's the ephemera. So what I have on my website is it. I think the big bundles for it are gone. If not, there might be one or two left. We restocked those 3 times. It's been a super popular collection. But I don't say those things just to, incite panic. But I just say those things because, if you're like, ooh, I want to get that, those couple of things I mentioned, what I have is it. Simple Stories is sold out. Okay. So when I was kind of doing my flat lay here, which is kind of what I photographed, there were a couple of fun things that really stood out to me. This guy, I really liked this guy. All right. So how that's kind of just, the butterflies are kind of flying up the page. Now, what I would like them to do is to maybe also work their way all the way up the top of the page. So I'm going to do my list over here, and then I'm going to do some butterflies over here, and then we'll kind of play with things that way. So I need to figure out what pattern paper I'm going to do on both sides here, because I will be using pattern paper as a base, as opposed to something like this where I'm working directly on the page. This one I'm going to create off the page, and then we'll come back in and adhere it. So this is going to be on my left side. I think I will end up with this on the right side. So I think I'm totally going to embrace these beautiful butterflies. If we have blue, that would work. Those of you that are my purple friends, you haven't seen this collection. There's some really beautiful lavenders, lots of really pretty purples in here. So you could have a lot of fun with really just, watch this. I mean, you could have a lot of fun with just using your purples in here. And they're nice and subtle. Some of you really like a big, bold purple, but these are all pretty nice and subtle. So just kind of right there. That would be super easy. You just pick a couple of things, and this is more of a monotone-ish, right? Because all the same, right? All the same. But I'm not going to do purple. I like-ish purple. It's not my favorite, so generally I stray from it. That's okay. All right, so if I use both of these papers, now I also have that, but if I think about this is going to go along this side, then I know I need to keep it a little bit more simple, right? Because if this is there, that's just, I mean, both of those beautiful pieces, they both just kind of get lost because it's just too much, right? So if I keep it pretty simple, and I think I will go with this. So what I need to do, there's a couple things I forgot to get out, like a trimmer. Let's grab that. I was working not at home a couple days this week, so I have not unpacked those things yet. So bear with me just a moment. Here we go. I need adhesive. Need adhesive, need a paper trimmer. All right, so I work in a traveler's notebook, and it is a standard wide traveler's notebook. Wanda, the collection I am working with is the Simple Vintage Flower Shop, and it is SHOPPE. And Amy linked that. If you scroll up just a little bit here in the chat, you'll see it. She linked to it. So I like to do most of my work, whether it is listing or other things, in a traveler's notebook. This is a standard wide insert. It is 5 inches wide by 8 1/4 inches tall. So if I'm working with the 6x8 paper pad, which is definitely my preference, if a manufacturer has a 6x8 paper pad, I like to work with a 6x8 paper pad because it is very close in size to my traveler's notebook. But here's the other thing. A 6x8 paper pad and 6x6 pads, for the most part, you will find that the pattern is scaled to size. So I know there is a 12x12 piece of paper exactly like this in the collection, but those butterflies are much larger because those butterflies go from the bottom to the top of the 12x12. So if I wanted to use that 12x12 paper, I would cut it down and I might only end up with maybe 3.5 butterflies on that 12x12 cut down. So 6x8s, I definitely prefer to work with. What I need to do here, I need to trim this down to, I generally do 4 3/4 because my insert is 5 inches wide. 4 3/4 is always a great size because that gives me a nice even white border all the way around when I go to adhere that. Hello, Phoebe. All right, next up, I have this side. I'm going to do the exact same thing too. We will come in here. I don't know, you know what, you might see me use a little bit of purple here. This one also 4 3/4. So I have that nice white border all the way around. Now, sometimes what we'll do, Terry, we really don't. Terry asked if we had a time limit. I should be okay today. Thank you. All right, so sometimes when I cut off a piece like that, we will save it to put over here on the right side or the left side, depending on how we were doing things. And sometimes that just helps to bridge the gap between the two pages. So if I wanted to do that, we could have this little guy maybe start flying up the side like that. And then I feel like we just need to extend that a little bit more, right? So if we took maybe this little blue guy here, could extend, and then I really only need maybe a smaller one. So I have just pulled out some die cuts here. That guy is probably too big, but what if we, ooh, okay. I just see over here, here's a little partial yellow one. And then that's actually kind of nice because look at what we're doing. We started with the teal and the yellow as we work our way up, and we're just continuing. There's the teal and the yellow again. So I like that. I need to actually now move these, or at least move that. I need to go ahead and adhere this. So let's get that adhered. So this one, instant good mood. What puts you in an instant good mood? Inquiring minds want to know. And here's the other thing. Like maybe you say, oh, you know what? This puts me in an instant good mood. And I'm like, really? Well, I've never tried that. I've never found that. I'm going to pay attention to that next time. And then, you know, I'm always for having, you know, more things that put me in a good mood, right? Lord only knows we have no problem coming up with things that put us in a bad mood, right? We could, I mean, you know what? We should at some point do a list about things that put me in a bad mood. Yeah. You know what though? It's better that we start with good mood. Let's start with the positive. Let's start with the positive. Things that put you in a good mood. Amy, will you put a link to the butterflies? So the butterflies are coming from 2 different packages. Wanda, these big butterflies, I believe I pulled from the big bits. Okay, the big bits. So Amy, if you will link the big bits. I have to enunciate that always. I don't want you to think I'm saying something else. The big bits. And then also floral bits. Yes, then the other 2 are the floral bits. That's where I pulled that one and the teal and the yellow, but then also lots of other beautiful florals and things there. All right. You can also just go to, like if you just go to the website and click or not click. Well, you can click. You can go to, there's a link for all the Simple Stories products and you would see them there. Or you can go to the website and just search for Flower Shop and then you'd see all the products in there. But those are where they came from, Wanda. Oh, wait. Let's move this guy a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more there. It's almost like it's like fits perfectly right there. And then this guy, maybe we'll just have go a little bit off of the page. Maybe not. All right, one thing you will find when I am working in a traveler's notebook, I am not using any dimensional adhesives. So no pop dots, no foam squares, nothing like that. That's not that I don't like them. I love in any other kind of crafting I do, I'm all about the pop dots. So I would have done pop dots on a number of these parts just because, or foam squares, because it's nice and gives you some dimension. But I don't do that in my traveler's notebooks. The reason I recommend that you don't do that is it's beautiful here. It's nice. You've got some things raised and some things not. But when you turn the page and then you go to start writing, it creates a little bit of a problem because part of your places are uneven because some places are raised and some places are not. So usually there's a method to my madness. Not all the time. I won't guarantee it. But usually there's a method to the madness. All right. I need to round these corners and snip that little extra piece off the top there. I like to round the corners of my pages because the corners of my traveler's notebook inserts are rounded. Okay, so that just kind of makes it nice and cohesive there. Now, I think I would, like I said, this happy I think would be fun to include somewhere here. Ooh. I don't know, it's probably just going to end up somewhere like that, right in the middle. We'll figure out where it goes. I don't know. We'll probably just do something like that. But there are a lot of words that I pulled out from the sentiments bit. So these are the words. The kind of the sentiments bits are the words and phrases. So joyful would work. Hello would work. Smile would work, right? Because hopefully if something's putting you in an instant good mood, it's making you smile. I don't know. We'll see. We'll kind of get the rest of it done and then see where we end up. All right. So now I am going to round these corners here. Wait, outside, right? Okay. Round those outside corners there. And what I thought I was going to do. So I need a place to write. And this is just me. It doesn't have to be you. But this is just me. Generally, I wouldn't do my list right there. To me, I want something that pops quite a bit more. So I am going to take some white cardstock and I am going to, these are just from 8.5 by 11 that I had used before. I had cut down and used before. I don't want to just put this little piece right here, right? Because I think that would look a little odd. So what I would like to do is cut part of these butterfly wings, not cut them away, but I'm going to cut so that I can tuck the paper underneath. That's my thought there. So if this is, I think that's a good, you know what, I'm going to hold on this so I know what width to cut it. I don't want to accidentally cut it too short. So let me grab my self-healing cutting mat. If this doesn't tell you how long I've been crafting, scrapbooking, what have you, then I don't know what will. That. Some of you are like, oh my gosh, I remember that. Remember that brand. Some of you are like, oh yes, I have that. Some of you are like, holy cow, woman, that's really dirty. That just means it's well used, right? It means it's something that I've used quite often over the years. I'm grabbing my little retractable craft knife, X-Acto knife, whatever you want to call it. Oop, don't go that far, Lil. Click in there. Okay, there we go. All right, so I am going to, now if you didn't want to kind of, well, never mind. I'm just going to do it. I don't want to start up at the top, so I'm just going to start a little bit of the way down. And I am just working my craft knife around so that my paper will be able to slide underneath there. And I'm not going to be exact, right? I am not great with my craft knife. right? So I really don't want to be worried about trying to get around and exactly next to all of these pieces so that you could not see any of that little light blue border. I mean, that's just not, that's just not me. I'm type A in some things, and other things I'm like, yeah, ain't nobody got time for that. And some of you are like, yeah, like this whole thing, well, I ain't got time for that. I'm not gonna go around with my little craft knife or fussy cutting scissors, right? You could do it with your fussy cutting scissors if you wanted to. But I think you will see, once I get done with this little part here, that it just, to me, in this small space, makes this pattern, this piece of paper, a lot more user-friendly. Otherwise, I only have kind of that little amount to work with. And it would have a very like sharp white edge there, right? So that's what we're going for here, is to soften that a little bit. And your self-healing cutting mat, you don't have to have a self-healing cutting mat like this. If you had like an old magazine, you could use it to do your cutting into. You just don't want to cut into your work surface. You don't want to cut into a countertop. I don't want anyone in your family coming after me going, oh my gosh, what the heck did you just tell my wife or sister or daughter or mother or, whatever that is to do. All right, so there we go. I think we're good there. And let's see how that looks. Where's this little guy's home? All right. Tuck and cut. What's a tuck and cut? Oh, a tuck and cut. I love it. A tuck and cut. There we go. All right. So now, as we just start to separate that away a little bit. All right. So see how I've now created a place to tuck, a tuck and cut. I love it. Tuck our list under, our white cardstock. So let's look at this. Was this the one I wanted to use? Yes. However, I need to go just a little bit lower here. Just a little bit lower. And you know what? If you mess up or cut too far, no one's going to notice, right? It's art. No one's going to notice. If it bugs you, plop a flower over it or a little sticker or something like that over it. I think I just shortened that, did I? I don't know what I've done, friends. Here we go. All right. So now, all right. See how that works? Isn't that kind of cool? Now, what I see here, there are a couple things that I need to do, right? Because I went in some areas, not in some areas. This is fine. I'm fine with that being open. I'm fine with that being closed. But what doesn't look right to me is that line right there. So I just need to, let's come back in here and just kind of clean that up a little bit more. So it's kind of hard to know where to stop with some of those because they don't really have necessarily a good stopping point. But to me, that totally changes the look of that piece of paper. Now, some of you are scrapbookers. Some of you are 12 by 12 scrapbookers. So you know what? You could do this exact same thing with the 12 by 12 version of this piece of paper, right? You don't have to be a traveler's notebook user to do what we do. In fact, I think, Wanda, it's you, right? Wanda uses a disc notebook, right? Disc, what am I thinking? Disc planner. I think it's a disc planner, right? Let's see. A cut and tuck, right? If you go the reverse way, cut and tuck. Tuck and cut and tuck. Same idea. All right. Okay, so there we go. Right now it looks good. I think it looks pretty good. Oh, okay. I just do now need to, all of those are open. That one's not. So let's go ahead and just open that little guy up. This would be another example if if you didn't want to have to buy like a package of, let's say, the floral die cuts or the regular die cuts that had maybe a lot of the butterflies in them. Well, you don't have to because we're getting that same look this way by just using a piece of paper. Now, if you wanted, you could fussy cut that, but yeah, I just like I like the way it looks to have this kind of still the rest of the paper on there. So it just takes a little bit more time, a little bit of patience, right? All right, now we can see where we need this piece of paper to end. So let's have this go. Ooh, okay, put that away. Let's put that away. Let's have this guy, I think maybe go right about there. Pull it out again. Now, I am going to help soften that transition from the white or that background to the white, I am going to ink the edges of that. So let's see what we want to ink the edges with. I think it's going to be hard to match that blue. I am using, I think we're going to go purple. I use Distress Oxide inks. I have swatched all of my oxide inks using the Swatch This Inks stamp set. So it's really easy to now come back through. I never go, well, very rarely go to the purples, but guess what? I think I'm going to do it. Now, milled lavender, that might be nice because that would be really subtle, right? But I also needed to be thinking about what am I doing here for my title? Po Alpha. All right. So you would still see it. Let's look at the other side of the page here. Right? There we go. Let me look at one more thing. I want to pull out the 12 by 12 sticker sheet. Simple Stories is no longer doing the sticker books, so I am now bringing in the sticker sheets, so we have some stickers to work with. So if I was not super happy, I've got happiness there, but was not, this just didn't seem to be working for me. It just seemed kind of forced a little bit. So I don't know that I'll do that. But if I still wanted to bring something like that in, I have happiness, and then I have all of these word strips down here. So maybe we end up bringing in a word strip or two. Love this the most. I mean, that could go right there. What if I just did some word strips, maybe there? See the beauty in today? That could work. What if we just start doing something like this? What if we just start bringing in a couple of different word strips? Now, I can't even believe I'm doing this, but look what's happening. It's all the purple. It's all the purple. So I think that's okay. I'm doing purple. So those of you that love your purple, here we go. And then maybe we'll do one more up here. How about Life is Good? Life is Good. So these are all just super generic and they work pretty well. Okay, there we go. All right, now over here. So now what I'm going to do, now that I see that, I'm going for the purple. So why don't we just pull in, if we're gonna do purple, let's do the purple. Shaded Lilac. Ooh, Wilted Violet is sure pretty, isn't it? That'd be pretty bold. Dusty Concord is a little less bold. Seedless Preserves, a little bit too grapey, I think. Dusty Concord. Milled Lavender, I don't know. I feel like Milled Lavender, now that I see that, is a little bit too light. So, Shaded Lilac would be really pretty. Terry just asked a question. She said, do you know why Simple Stories stopped doing their sticker books? I do, because I asked. Simple Stories has stopped doing their sticker books and also stopped doing their washi tape. They just weren't selling well enough for them. When you manufacture product, and this is both if you're manufacturing product overseas and if you're manufacturing product in the US, you have to buy a certain amount. Generally, if you're manufacturing product in China, the amount that you have to buy is much greater than when if you can have products manufactured in the US and can't necessarily manufacture everything here. But so your minimum order quantities, your MOQs, are fairly high when you're manufacturing. And if you are continually bringing out a new product and you're not selling through that product, then that money is just sitting there in your inventory. And so after a while, Simple Stories started noticing that happening. So they made a business decision to no longer continue producing their sticker books and their washi. I know, right? And I was so sad because I use their washi all the time and their sticker books all the time. But you know what? That's what, as a business, that's what you have to do, right? You have to you have to, that will help them continue to make the other products that we love, but then also, shaded lilac, that will also help them, put their money into new products. All right, so I think we're going with shaded lilac. So I am going to ink the edges of that. Let's pull out one of these and pull out one of these. All right, this is the ink blending foam storage container. They are available on the website for lots of different brands of inks. So Tim Holtz Distress Oxides, Gina K Stamp Market, Simon Hurley. There are quite a few, and if there's something on there, an ink brand that you use that you don't see, then we can add that easily. But basically, that storage solution is the container. It is 2 sheets labeled with the type of ink. Each of those sheets holds 20 little foam heads. The kit also includes 40 pre-punched circles, not inked for you, but 40 pre-punched circles, along with 40 of your little Velcro pieces, so that this is how I store all of my ink. So if you're familiar with Distress inks, they are done. He won't be releasing anymore. So I have been able to store all of these. Let's see, 20, 40, 60, 72. 72 in just 2 little storage containers. It keeps them separate and labeled. The reason it's important, well, I think to keep them labeled so you know what color is what. But the reason it's important to keep them separated is that you do not want to cross-contaminate your colors. Your Distress Oxides are a pigment-based ink, so they are they take a second to dry, They take, maybe a minute to dry. There are some really cool things that you can do with them while they are not dry. Do a lot of blending and things like that. I don't do anything like that. I just ink edges or use it to, stamp with. But, so it's important that you don't take the same head, your same foam blending tool, and use it with 2 different colors, because then you are cross-contaminating that head. So if I did that with shaded lilac and dusty concord, then I'd end up with some mixture of shaded lilac and dusty concord on there, right? But it's also important that you don't cross-contaminate same color but different type of ink. So, for example, going back to shaded lilac, there is a shaded lilac distress ink and a shaded lilac distress oxide ink. They have different properties. One is a pigment-based ink or hybrid, and one is a dye-based ink. If you are using the same little foam head, even though it's shaded lilac, for both your distress and distress oxide, you have contaminated that, and you no longer have the properties, the unique properties that one has versus another one. So, besides, it's just a fun way to know what you have and see it. And so those come in lots of different variations by type of ink. Also, lots of, or 2 different options based on whatever size foam blending tool you use. The one I just used is a mini, and then that's the tiny. So there are storage container kits like that for both your minis and your tinies. And Amy linked those, so thank you, Amy, for linking those. If you are inking or stamping, I always recommend you have something to clean your fingers with. Inevitably, I end up with ink all over my hands. It was funny, last week, Nick and I, after we were done, after I was done listening, we went to the Home and Garden Show. And I don't know, Nick was looking at some cement driveway cover, I don't know even what it was. And so he was talking to one of the guys in the booth, and I was just kind of standing there, and the guy said, "Hey, I like your nail polish. Is that gel?" And I'm like, "Oh, yes, it is." And then I went like this, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I have ink all over my hands," because from last week. And it was, it looked really odd. I'm like, "Oh gosh, don't mind my hands." I said, "I was just, working with some ink earlier today." And he goes, "Are you an artist?" And I'm like, I never know how to answer that question, right? Yes. I'm like, "Well, no, I was just playing with some ink, just playing with some ink." And he's like, "Oh, okay, cool." But yeah, so I always try to get my fingers cleaned before I move on. Now, see the difference that made by just inking the edges of that white, right? It was really stark before, and now it's not as stark. It just kind of helps that transition between the background onto that. So I need to now adhere this little guy in, right? Look pretty straight there. All right, now I need to, like, I probably do one purple list a year, you guys. Like, I am way outside of my comfort zone, right? I've told this story before, but as I'm doing my outline, I'll share it again because I know sometimes not everyone is here when I hear it, when I tell it, and then some people aren't listening, which is totally okay. And then some people forget it until I tell it, and you're like, oh yeah, I kind of remember you telling me that. Well, so years ago, I was teaching at a scrapbook convention in Great Lakes, Michigan. Or no, Great Lake, I don't know, anyhow, it was called, I don't know if Great Lakes is really a city. I think it was called whatever it was. Okay, so I'm teaching there. And it was back when I was working for Scenic Route. And when you work for a manufacturer and you're teaching, people always ask you lots of questions about either the manufacturer or the industry, right? Because you kind of have an inside track on the industry. And so this lady said to me, I have a question. Why do no scrapbook manufacturers make purple collections? And I said, it doesn't sell. And she said, yes, it does. And I said, okay, well, I'm telling you why it doesn't sell. And she said, well, that's crazy because I always wear purple. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. Now, mind you, I'm trying to teach a class of like 50 people. And now I'm in this one-on-one conversation with this woman about purple scrapbook paper. And she says, you know what? She said, I wear purple all the time. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's awesome. And I look at her and she literally is purple head to toe. And she said, do you know what? I only wear purple clothes. If it's not purple, I don't wear it. My entire wardrobe is purple. And I'm like, wow, like that's awesome. You know, you found something you like and you love purple and good for you. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting conversation. I didn't know. I don't know anyone that I know that, I mean, I mean, you know, black. Sometimes people are like, oh yeah, I only wear black. But generally you don't run into people where it's only a color and nothing else, right? Susie, I love it. A paper crafter or a paper craft artist. Yes. And you know what? It's funny because, you know, a lot of time people will ask me what I do for a living. You know, when I travel a lot, they're like, oh, what do you do for a living? And I'm always like, that's an interesting one to try to explain. Because the second you throw out the word scrapbooking, then, and that's really not what I do, but paper crafting, memory keeping, it's always sometimes people are like, oh, that's what my mom does, or that's what my grandma does. Or you mean like with stickers and scissors? And you're like, well, yeah. And they're like, the people still do that? And I'm like, yeah. I've got a fairly successful business doing that. Yeah. Sometimes it's just easy to say, oh, I'm an artist or I'm a photographer. Sometimes they get that. All right. My title now. So my title is, and what do I say? An instant good mood, mood lifter, whatever you want to say, an instant good mood. So my title will say good mood, and then above that I will write it. So what I thought I might do, I thought I would pull out Po Alpha because I could use this size to spell good mood. If I really wanted to go crazy, I could use the little tiny ones to do an instant, but I'm just going to write an instant above it. So instead of a longer title, like things that put me in an instant good mood, I think it's kind of understood what I'm saying there. Oh, okay. Is Tabitha here? Tabitha, are you here? I'm curious. Now where is it? Oh, dang it. Dang it. It's clear, so I don't know what I did with it. I need to find this. So bear with me for 1 minute, please, while I find this. Ugh. Isn't that funny? I have no clue. Not that. It should be in my stamping things. That would make sense to put it if I put it there. But I didn't put it there. All right. Well, I will wait and, oh, here it is. Okay, here it is. So, this will be part of today's giveaway. Tabitha, okay, this is going to be part of today's giveaway. So, we're not quite yet ready for giveaway. We'll get to the giveaway on our second list, but I'll tell you right now what it'll be. And don't worry, because this is just a small thing. The rest of the prize is a little bit bigger. But When I am working with stamps, generally what I do, I like to, so this I need good mood. So I like to come to my stamp sheet and I pull off the letters. So I need a G. Normally what I do is I'm putting them here. And if you've been with me for any length of time, you know what happens. I'm like, oh my gosh, what did I do with that? I lost the D, I lost the Q, whatever it is, because I've set something on top of it. And then it gets picked up by something else. And I said one day when we were listing, I said, you know what? I really need like some kind of little thing that I could put my stamps on to keep them safe as I'm doing that. And Tabitha said, do you know what I use? She said, I go to the dollar store and I get a little acrylic frame. And I just put my letters right on that. So I ordered a bunch of little this is like a 3.5 by 5 size. So I ordered that size and I'll do both giveaways today. We'll get one of those. And then next Saturday, I'll give some of those away as well. But look, it's just like my nice little stand there. I could actually, it probably makes more sense to do it that way. But anyhow, that way the letters that I'm using are safe and right there and ready to go. Okay, so I only needed to pull out 4 letters because good and mood, those 2 words, 8 letters, only use 4 stamps. So as I am working with alphabet stamps, I prefer to not put my letters to spell the entire word together on one stamping block. I'm very particular that way. I really like to keep my letters fairly close to each other. All right, so I stamp each individually. Now, you don't have to do that, but that's what I'm doing. That's what I like to do. So I've got my little round acrylic stamping blocks. That's one of my Lail by Mail products. It is a set of those two little round acrylic stamping blocks. And they make it really easy when you are stamping smaller stamps. As we work together, one of the things that I always say is I think it's really important when it comes to stamping that you right size your stamping blocks. So you right size your stamping block so it's similarly sized to your stamp. It's a lot easier to handle that way, and it is a lot easier to get a nice, good impression than using something like that. Now that's a big drastic exaggeration, but if you have to go with the lowest common denominator and you only have one stamping block, well, it has to be the size of your biggest stamp. Which if you have like the library card stamp, that's great. That works great for that. But then trying to use that for something like this, it'll work. It's just a little bit more particular. You just have to really be a little bit more careful. I also always recommend to test it first. Test stamp before you do anything. Now, I really actually don't want to start with the G. I really want to start with the D. Because I have, hang on. I need to do a couple things here. First off, what I want to do is I want to draw a line with a pencil since I am working on a plain piece of paper with no lines. I want to draw a little line right there, right? And then if I kind of look at this, G-O-O-D, let's see. D-O, just kind of figure out the spacing a little bit. You can't, sometimes you can like start in the center, but then there's kind of not really a center. When there's 4, it's not easy to kind of pick a middle one. But I just kind of eyeball it. I'd like it to, kind of fit. So we'll see. Kind of be centered-ish, right? G. I want to clean that off right away. Hello, Denise. Nice to see you. Tabitha said she cannot take credit for that idea, but yes, it is a great one. She got it from Jennifer McGuire years ago. Yeah, I was so happy when you shared that. I'm like, oh my gosh, that is the perfect solution. Oh yeah, let's get this out of the way. Oh, we don't need our G anymore. We will need our O's, so we'll keep our O's out. Keep our O's out. We'll just do that over here. Test stamping. I think it's always really important to do a test stamp because that's going to reveal any imperfections. And what I mean by imperfections, maybe you have a cat named Reggie, and maybe Reggie likes to shed this time of year, and maybe his little cat fur sometimes ends up somehow on your stamps. So if you get anything on the surface of your stamp, dust, lint, pet hair, people hair, whatever it is, it will not allow the ink to adhere in that particular area. So you'll end up with, like a space in your stamp, which isn't the end of the world, but I prefer it to have a nice solid stamped impression. And that is why I like to use Distress Oxide inks when I am. So Deborah, hang on, let me finish that thought. With Distress Oxide are a pigment-based inks. I call them a juicy ink, okay? They just are a little bit more opaque. I like the coverage that I get with that particular type of ink. I could use a distress ink, same colors, right? But I find that they're a little bit more, I don't know if translucent is the word, but not as opaque, not as solid. So that is why I like to use Distress Oxide. Now, Deborah just asked a great question. She said, Lael, didn't you want to start with an instant? Yes, however, I am going to write that. The reason I'm going to write that is I don't have a lot of room here vertically, right? I used a lot of the room I would normally have horizontally to write my list to have these here. So I need to save space for my list. So I wanted to write an instant above that so that I wouldn't be like, my title would be like the top third of my list. That was my thought. All right. We tested that. So we'll go, this one, we'll go a little bit over to the left just because M is quite a bit wider than those other letters. Good mood. I don't know. What did I do? I did something last week where I don't know. What did I do? I don't remember. I wasn't thinking. I was trying to do too much talking and not enough thinking, and my brain was not focusing, and I don't know. I did something weird, but I don't remember what it is now. All right. All righty. Oh, Tabitha. Food prep. Someone's talking about food prep. Heather, you're getting food prep in the kitchen and chores done. I love that. And Heather, you need to tell us, how was the first week of your new job? Was it great? Heather has shared some things with us over the last couple months this year that in January she had lost her job and, of course, was stressed and panicked. She'd been at that position for 20 some odd years or worked with that company for 20 some odd years. And actually, she now has a new job. First week hasn't started yet. Okay, March 24th. But new job, better pay. It just seems like a whole just great thing. So you'll have to keep us posted. All right, now what I'm going to also do is I'm going to just put a little period at the end of that short sentence. And I'm switching out one of my smaller stamping blocks for the smallest one, which is the stamping stylus. That's a little teeny, so we'll just do this. Now, I have left those pencil marks there. You can see those very faint pencil marks. I will leave those there probably until tomorrow. Then I will erase them. The reason for that, Distress Oxide, pigment-based inks, juicy, chalky, takes a minute to dry. So the last thing I would want to do right now is take my pencil eraser in there and start erasing that. I would end up with a shaded lilac mess, right? It would just kind of spread that ink in places I wouldn't want it to be. So our title is good there for now. I'll come back later and erase that. Okay, so next thing I want to do is I need to write an instant right above here. And an instant just kind of fits right up in that, just kind of nestled right between the G and the D. All right, an instant good mood. Now, I would like to come in with an actual pen and underline this just because I would like to just give it a little visual separation in between that title and then what I'm about to write. And then sometimes I like to do another one right under that. Okay, so next thing I need a bullet stamp, right? I need something that, sorry, I just was thinking in my head, another instant good mood popped into my head. I need something that, where's the back side of that? I moved it. Okay. Hold please. I am looking for, oh, there it is, that clear plastic backer to that stamp, ooh, that, I almost said a bad word there, to that stamp sheet. Sheet. All right, let's put this here. Put these away. If you can put your things away just right away, it just makes life so much easier, especially your stamps, so that you don't lose any of them. All right, so now we need a bullet stamp. Bullet stamp I need so that I can use that to fill in my list here. So bullets and more 2, bullets and more 3. What would we like to use? Bullets and more. This is probably maybe the second stamp that I ever released. So this is an oldie but a goodie. Bullets and more 2, I would say of the 3 is probably my most used because it has been around longer than Bullets and more 3, but has more icons than 2. And then Bullets and more 3. So lots of different, I want to say at least 100, more than 100 different bullet stamp variations on these 3 stamp sets. And you don't have to buy all 3. You can buy them all a la carte or whatever you want to do. How about this? How about if Bullets and more 3, we just go with that little circle with the heart in it. So, I mean, between the 3 sets, there's numbers, there's basic shapes, there's florals, there's food, there's holidays, there's just so many different things. So many different things. All right. So there's my little guy. Again, I'll use the stamping stylus for that. So stamping stylus, another one of my products, that is a stamping block, right? It's a stamping block for your little teeny stamps, like your bullet stamps. Some of your bullet stamps have a direction to them. What I mean by that, let's just take a look at this little circle heart. It has a direction, right? If I stamp it that way, the heart is right side up. But if I'm not paying attention, next thing you know, I'm sad. These are the things that put me in an instant bad mood, right? Upside down heart. So it's important that obviously I'd like my hearts to be right side up, because your stamping block, that stamping stylus is so long, you can't really see. So you can't really see the orientation of that stamp and how it's placed to make sure that you're same direction every time. That is what your little sticker is for, okay? So that sticker, because I can't see that, I can see the little scatter of the squirrel on there. So as long as I'm stamping and I'm always paying attention to the placement of the squirrel, then my stamp will be in the same place every time. So what I need to do here is make sure now that that is lined up accordingly. So it is fairly even. Let's look. Because I can see that. There we go. And then all I'm doing is paying attention to where the squirrel is. I'm not trying to see that at the bottom. Okay. So now we are ready for our list. Things that put me in an instant good mood. And that would be starting out with, in no particular order. There's a lot of things, right? There's a lot of things. So music. Music is probably one of the number one things for me. I am a music person. I love music. I love lots of different kinds of music. Probably not rap. No, I won't even say probably. I am not a rap fan, but that doesn't make it bad. It's just not something that I particularly care for. Pretty much, not really a reggae fan either, but pretty much, I mean, I can listen to it, whereas rap, I'm like, yeah, no. But music always puts me in a good mood. A good book, right? A good book. And maybe having time to read that good book always puts me in a good mood. So again, if I keep this list handy, or I refer back to it when I'm in a bad mood, or I really feel like I need a mood lifter, I can come back and go, oh yeah, you know what? I remember that. A compliment. And that's also both giving and receiving. Because sometimes I get really, if you give someone a compliment and they're like, oh, they kind of look around, me, are you talking to me? And then you see their reaction and the smile on their face, that is hard not to kind of be in a good mood. So both giving and receiving. Rainbows. Rainbows always just put a smile on my face. So what's interesting is some of these can be glimmers too for me. Like sometimes last week or 2 weeks ago when we did a glimmers list, rainbows on my glimmers list that I saw. A baby's laugh. That, like sometimes, and here's the thing, sometimes you can seek things like that out. Now, you don't have to be the, stalker that goes to Babies R Us and is following moms around. I mean, nothing wrong with that, but you could also go to YouTube or social media. Sometimes I'll be scrolling on Instagram or something and a little video will pop up and it's of a baby like laughing, and it just like seriously mood lifter for me. Mood booster for sure. Hugs. Hugs. It's pretty rare that a hug won't put me in a good mood. And I think if that's you, then we need to feel comfortable about asking for a hug, right? If a hug puts us in a good mood and we need to be in a good mood, it's okay to ask for a hug. Butterflies. And it's not, I'm not just saying this because there are butterflies on this page, but really, like you see a butterfly, oh, look, a butterfly, or a hummingbird. I didn't have hummingbird on my list, but butterflies, hummingbirds. Oh, I know. Okay, that just reminded me. Let's do this. I'm gonna have a quick hydration break. So if you are, oh, I can't share that story yet. That's next week. Okay. Amy, that story's for next week. So, I mean, I just saw something Amy said. I'm like, oh yeah, I was gonna tell that, but next week I have a really fun story to share of something that Amy did that was an amazing glimmer. Oh, I love that, Joe Disney fan. She said we can add to our list listing with Lael. But you know what? I will tell you, this instantly puts me in a good mood. I will tell you, sometimes the morning of, it does not put me in a good mood because I procrastinated and I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off and I'm like, bah! And then I start and seriously instant good mood. So I'm going to add that because it really does. Our creative listing Saturdays. I can honestly say in the 5 years that we've been doing these, I have never once left one of these in a bad mood. I have always left when we're done in a good mood. Creative listing Saturdays, a hot shower. A hot shower. That does it for me. So I'm curious if you, in the chat, if you're watching live, tell us. I'm talking a lot about things that put me in a good mood. I would love to know from you guys what puts you in a good mood, like an instant good mood. Here's another one. Putting on comfy clothes after dinner. And that's what I call them, comfy clothes. Nick's like, gonna put your comfy clothes on? So last night it was funny. He's like, are you gonna put your comfy clothes on or are you gonna put your pajamas on? And I look at my watch, I'm like, you know what? It's 8:30. I'm gonna put my pajamas on because it doesn't make sense to put comfy clothes on and then 2 hours later put my pajamas on. So comfy clothes. Yes. Comfy clothes, putting on comfy clothes after dinner. What's really funny is that if you joined me on What's New Thursday, I did not get out of my comfy clothes all day. And I did the live in my comfy clothes with a ball cap on and no makeup. Yeah. Let's see. Carrie said, Noni calling her grandma from my daughter's emergency contacts without her knowing. Okay. Knowing. Okay, so that one I need some point of reference there, Carrie. There's part of not what I'm getting. Sitting in the sun, Jolene said. Marilyn said smelling fresh flowers. Yeah, both smelling and fresh flowers, always a good mood. Wendy said couch cuddles with my dog Scout. Denise holding my brand new great granddaughter. Yeah. Debbie said clothes for sure. Glimmers put Karen in a good mood. East Coast LCSW, my husband cooking without complaining. Deborah. Hot bath, eating a favorite dessert, taking off my bra after work, unboxing a new Cocoa Daisy collection. I love it. Karen said 5 o'clock at work puts her in a good mood. Sitting on the porch of the lake from Debbie Farnham. Hi, Karen. Karen Kokias. Smell of the ocean. Yes. Oh, Anne, I love that. Anne said when my husband says I love you to me. Pamela, thank you. Watching Lael. Susie, when my granddaughter calls me Oma. Pam, grown kids visiting from out of town. Janine says, I have a very serious cat, and when she cuts loose and starts to play, makes me very happy. Pam, listening to the ocean at the beach. Amy, when my daughter invites me to Los Angeles to go to a concert and Disney for a day next weekend, sad I will miss March 22nd listing. Amy, where are your priorities? What? You think you can go with your daughter and have an amazing weekend instead of staying here with us? Oh, I think it's time for a performance review, Amy. No, of course. I'd be all over that. Of course. I love that. You guys are going to have so much fun. Music for Tara. Sarah getting puppy dog kisses from 2 dogs. Sitting on the deck playing with the cat, watching my granddaughter play. When I go somewhere I don't have to drive. Puppies. Hearing from my kids just to say hello. I love it. So, right, lots of things. And I hopefully between what I am putting on my list and then what others here are saying, that's maybe sparking some things for you. You know what? You don't have to do any of this. You don't have to get out all the fun things and the stickers and the stamps and the X-Acto knife to do all this. But you know what? Maybe even just taking a sticky note, or maybe a spiral notebook or composition notebook, or just a plain traveler's notebook insert, and jotting down some of the things that put you in a good mood. I think it's a good exercise. At least for me, it's a good exercise, right? Seeing the scale go down. Yep. Seeing the scale go down. That is an instant mood lifter for me. Now, seeing it go up is an instant mood downer for me. But scale has been going down quite a bit lately, so that's had me in a very good mood. Random acts of kindness. Random acts of kindness. And again, you know what? That's a both giving and a receiving. Kind of like our compliments. Random acts of kindness. Like, you know, if you go, some people like to do like in the Starbucks line or whatever, you pay for the coffee behind you. And that just makes you feel good, right? That just may lift your mood. Random acts of kindness. Letting someone in front of you on the freeway. Weddings. And this is like even wedding commercials. Seeing wedding things on Instagram. I have lots of wedding things flowing into my Instagram lately because Jack and his fiance are getting married next year. So lots of things like that. I don't know. It's just lots of happy people and celebration that always puts me in a good mood. Driving with the sunroof open. That's a big one for me. I don't know, a number of years ago, maybe like 15 years ago, I got a car with a sunroof, and I then at that moment said to Nick, I will never have a car without a sunroof again, because it brings me so much joy. I can't even tell you, right? So much joy. So yeah, easy. Open a sunroof, even if it's 30 degrees outside, as long as it's not raining or snowing, it's okay. If you have to crank up the heat, that's okay. Reggie pretty much always puts me in a good mood unless it's 2 a.m. and he decides that he wants me to play. Then I'm not in a good mood. Fresh flowers. Another one that I will build vacations around is walking on the beach. I just love that. That puts me in such a good mood. All right, so now I'm going to stop for a second. I would like to see here what I might be able to add when it comes to this. This is the All Smiles stamp set. So this is just kind of a good, happy stamp set. Totally obsessed, my happy place. This is exciting, thumbs up, happy, this made me smile, loving this, proud of this, keep smiling, all the feels, oh, happy day, smile big, good stuff, work it, whatever, enjoying this. So there's 2 ways that I could use this stamp set here. I could, and I think what I'll probably do is this, put this made me smile right here. The other thing, if I didn't have stickers like that, the word strip stickers, well, I could make my own word strip stickers, right? I could take all of those different words. If I wanted, I could stamp them on a piece of paper, a colored piece of cardstock. I could stamp them on something like this and make my own little word strips to kind of work in there. But I think what I'm going to do is just that one. This made me smile. So we kind of, this is like a little sandwich. It's like a stamp sandwich. So we're done with both of those, guys. Let's put those away and let's grab a different size stamping rock, right? Again, we're back to right sizing our stamping blocks for our stamps. Amanda said, I love the good mood list. This puts me in a good mood. Oh, good. I love it, right? You know, let's just be honest. There's plenty of things in life that can put us in a bad mood, right? It's just, I don't know. It's just life. So if we can do things like this put us in a good mood, if we can make lists of things that put us in a good mood, you know what? I don't know. That's something I don't think you're going to regret. Right? To me, it's time well spent. This made me smile. There we go. Denise said, my goodness, you sound just like me. Music up loud and open sunroof. Exactly. All right. There we go, friends. So I will now clean this guy off. We will put this away. And we will, I need to just date it. And then we'll be ready to move on to our next list. So this guy goes back in here. Need to put this guy back. Did it? Where'd the stylus go? Oh, here it is. You really want to make sure you get your little bullet stamps put away after you use them. They are so tiny that you will lose them. You'll put this away, it'll fall off, and then the next time you go to use it, you'll be like, shoot, where's that fun stamp I wanted to use? The other thing I've also learned this hard way, when you're cleaning that, tap down as opposed to like across to wipe it. Those are so small, you wipe it, and sometimes, whee, that little stamp goes flying across the room, and you will never find it again. Because that has also happened to me many times. So get that little guy put away and back in. All right. So we just need to date it, and then we will adhere it into our insert. Let's put this away, and then we will talk about giveaway. We'll talk about a live giveaway in a second as I start to get things out for our next list. So we'll just do a small little date. Maybe we'll just do that. Right here. March 15th, 2025. Today is the Ides of March. Don't even ask me what that is. I just remember learning that in high school in some class, English class maybe, the Ides of March. And then I also, every year when it is on a weekday, I watch the Today Show in the morning as I'm getting ready, and Al Roker always talks about the Ides of March on this day. So, Ides of March is 15th, March 15th. Is it? Yeah, no, I don't remember what it is. I'll just, one of you knows, or one of you will Google it, and then you'll tell us, because I don't remember. Kelly's, walking her dog makes her good mood. Love it. Joe Disney, being on a beach and in the water always puts her in a great mood. Caesar. So that's funny. I was going to say Shakespeare, but then I'm like, yeah, no, that's not right. But it was. Then it was English class too, when Caesar was killed, Julius Caesar. Okay, so when it comes to adding this list onto that left side, I don't want to use my regular adhesive. I don't want to use my regular tape runner. And the reason is this. You'll notice if I just set this on here, it sits fine, except it wants to stay level, gravity, right? It will not, it needs to like bend, needs to bend and adhere to this part that's starting to kind of curve because I have so much in here so far. So I've learned that if I try to use my regular tape runner for that, it's just not strong enough to hold it. It wants to just, gravity wants to lift it up. So I use my double-sided tape. I'm going to run that as close as I can to the edge without going over. And then I might as well just do it everywhere. That will ensure that it is a nice, nice and secure. So double-sided tape. I generally use 1/4 inch because then I can use it. I don't know. That's just usually what I use. I can use it for lots of different things. The nice thing about double-sided tape is it's super sticky. But the downside of double-sided tape is it's super sticky. What I mean by that is you basically have one shot to get it straight because it's so sticky. And if you've ever worked with double-sided tape before and you get it crooked or somewhere where you don't want it, it is pretty much impossible to lift back up without harming whatever you put it on. So the trick for that is this. If you only reveal part of that backer, you'll notice as I'm revealing part of that backer, I am folding the part that I have removed or revealed off the edge. Because what that does is that it lets us get really close to the edge, or really close to the paper, so we can move things around, so we can get it exactly where we want it without sticking. Because sometimes you're like, does that look good? Oh yeah, I need to move it a little bit. No, that looks good, and then it's good. So it gives it a little bit of movability until you get it where you want it. Once you get it where you want it, you're pressing down in the spots where it has been revealed, and then gently pulling out the rest of that piece. That is a tip my friend Joey taught me. Joey works for Photoplay, and they do a lot with their maker series where you're kind of making your own books and things. So that is a great tip when you are working with double-sided tape or your score tape. You just want to be gentle when you're pulling out because you don't want to lose it and then have to go digging for that, to get it back out. So there we go. There is our first list. Things that put me in an instant good mood. And yes, now I'm in a good mood. All right, let's see. Oh, Kelly, I love that. Kelly said, happy mail from Lael. My hubby ordered me the 2025 year in review for my birthday. Oh, that's so sweet, Kelly. I love that for you. Have fun. Have fun doing that. If he did that under his email, then he would have he has the link to the class. So, and if you don't see that or he didn't know what it was and deleted it, just email me and I'll send it to you. Terry said also seeing the snow melt on the cameras up at the cabin. We usually can't get into the cabin until Memorial Day. I probably missed part of that. Wait, what did Jolene say? Jolene said her 12-year-old is Latin next year in 7th grade. Oh gosh, and she's in Chinese this year. I love that. Is it kind of like an immersion where they do, where they're doing a lot, like really speaking it? It's not just class, but they're really speaking it. I love that. All right. Okay. We're ready for our next list. Our next list, actually, one more time. Let me just get all of the things from this put away. From Simple Vintage Flower Shop so that we can move on to our next one. Our next list is okay, and I this person emailed me and said, hey, I think this would be a really fun list to do. And I said, great, I'm gonna write it down. And I wrote it down and I wrote her name next to it. And then I have no idea where I wrote it down. I should have written it down in my, maybe I did, hang on, in my handy dandy workbook here for our list ideas. Did I? That would make the most sense, wouldn't it? No, I did not. So I don't remember, I apologize, I do not remember the name of the person that suggested this next list. And I always like to give credit to the person because, I can only come up with so many ideas, right? You would not believe how many magazines and card decks and all kinds of things that I have with that are, kind of list generating ideas or where I get ideas from our list. But I love having suggestions. So this next list was a suggestion. And if you are here and it was you, please tell me. It is things I'd like to dislike. Things I'd like to dislike. And I thought, oh, that's clever, right? That is a clever one. So that is our next list. For this list, we are using the Just Saying collection from my friend Kelly Baines, all right? Just saying. Now, we're going to talk about the first giveaway. Amanda, Amanda said, do you do a class for each month? So Amanda, for the year in review, we do not do a class for each month. We do everything up front. So there's one class, it's about, I think, 3.5 hours, where we do January together, or I do January. And then we go through each of the other months, and your instructions also have the color photos of each of the other months. So we do a lot of talking about setting it up and planning and doing all of that. One of the suggestions from my friend Lizzie this year, who started doing it with us, or with me, said, hey, it'd be really fun if we did like a mid-year check-in. So we'll do some kind of, get together class-ish where we do a mid-year check-in and maybe talk about some things, but that's what it is. All right, so Just Saying. Now, the Just Saying collection, I have used this collection in a couple of different lists, so we'll just kind of take a look at some of those back here. That was one that we did, and this is things I say. So we've done a couple of different variations of this list in the past. Things that family members say. I've done one called Laelisms. I did one called Dadisms, one called Momisms. But anyhow, that was one we used, Just Saying. And this was another one, Advice I Do Want. Lots of people tend to give you advice, right? Sometimes you don't want the advice. This was a list of advice that I do want. I think those are the 2 times I've used it so far. So we're going to use that again today. But I wanted to show you how I'm storing this collection. Usually you see me storing a lot of my collections like this in these iris cases. These iris cases I get from Amazon, and they're linked in the description box of the video. There's kind of a little area that says storage, but these are the 8.5 by 11 storage cases. And I use these for storing most of my collections because I can set them in my cabinet so I can see this way. They all have labels, so I know what they are. The labels are removable, so I can remove them when I'm kind of done working with the collection. But when I have a collection that has 12 by 12 paper or 12 by 12 chipboard or something like that, doesn't fit in those. So this is what I use to store collections like that. This is if you haven't seen these before, these are the 14 by 14 double zipper storage pouches. Kind of like one of you one day said, oh, it's like a kangaroo pouch. And I said, oh, I love that. So 14 by 14, plenty big. So in this zipper pocket, I have the chipboard. I have the 12 by 12 paperback. I have some of the papers I've already cut. So if they're still long, tall, 6 by 12, they're in there. And then I also put like the stickers in there. I've unpackaged the die cuts, but the die cuts in there. So that is that. Here is the second zipper. This is the kangaroo pouch. So it is a second pouch that sits on top, right? Well, it's all one, but so this keeps it separated from the other things. And this is where I have like stamp. This is where I have the dies. This is where I have some of the papers that I have cut down. So that is how I'm storing this Just Saying collection because it has 12 by 12. But that's how I store my other collections like that as well. So some of the 49 and Market collections, when I have 12 by 12 paper, that's just an easy way to kind of keep everything organized. So giveaway. This is our live giveaway. Today, live giveaway is 2 of these 14 by 14 craft storage pouches, and then one of these. And this is just cheap little that I bought like 24 of them or something off of Amazon. But that's what I use to put my stamps on. So the way you participate in a live giveaway, you leave a comment in the chat. All right? So you leave a comment in the chat. I'm going to pull some things out. We'll talk for a few more minutes, and then I will stop. And I will scroll my finger. I just go whoop, like that in the chat, and wherever my finger stops, that is the person that wins the prize. Now, if you don't win that prize, don't be sad, because you have another opportunity, the after party giveaway. After party giveaway is that exact same prize. 2 of those pouches and then another one of those little guys. All right. So this list is things I'd like to dislike. And so, you know, you heard me say earlier, and I say this, probably every other time. Nick and I drink coffee on Saturday mornings, and we talk. He's like, "What are your lists?" It's just kind of a fun topic. That's kind of our little routine. And so I said, oh, this one is things I'd like to dislike. And he's like, okay, hold on. Things I'd like to dislike. Almost like things I wish I didn't like is another way to say it, right? So for this, I am using Just Saying. And I am going to pull out let's grab the stickers. Let's also grab the die cuts. So I've already opened these, but these are the cardstock die cuts. Both die cuts are cardstock, but one is kind of a little bit more journaling heavy, where this is more icon heavy, because what I want is all of those beautiful flowers. I'm embracing all of those lovely, beautiful flowers. So let's see what we have here. The papers that I have cut, because the papers in this collection do not come in a 12 by 12, or excuse me, they don't come in a 6 by 8. So I need to go with 12 by 12, and then I just cut them down. So these I cut down. So like this guy, I would have cut into 2 6 by 12 pieces and then cut a 6 by 8. So I think that is probably the one I want to use. And then, like I said, I want to pull out not all the beautiful florals, but I really want to emphasize just the beautiful florals. Amy has linked that collection in the chat. You will also find that collection linked in the description box of the video. There is a link that says what I'm using. That will take you to the page on my website of the things I'm using today. But that page changes all the time, right? Because I'm always using different things on our Saturdays. Or you can just go to lailbymail.com and search for Just Saying. But you can see the full collection there. I also have done an unboxing of this collection as well. So you can kind of see all the pieces and parts and, different things if you wanted to take a look at that. So I'm just kind of digging in here, looking for the florals. Spellbinders, so this collection is with Spellbinders. What Spellbinders has done with this collection that I really like, the die cut packs have 2 each of every design. So for example, this guy has 166 pieces. So 83, 2 each of 83 designs. Sometimes you want to have more than one of the same thing, right? So I love that. All right, so this is going to be another off the page list. The deeper I get into a Traveler's Notebook insert, I generally start doing a few more off the pages versus on the page like this. It just makes it a little bit easier to work with. Which just reminded me of something, because if I am working on the page and I'm stamping, a lot of the times I will use one of the Aleppi clips. I have good news, my friends. Good news on the Aleppi clip front. The Aleppi clips. These are these super popular metal, made in Italy, powder coated clips that I use a lot in my traveler's notebooks. These have been sold out for a couple of months. We have ordered. They come in and they go out again very quickly. They are on the way. So we just got shipping confirmation. I think Amy and I were looking at this on Wednesday, maybe. They will be here this week. So as soon as I know when exactly they will be here, they will go up on the website. If you have been waiting for those to come back in, I would not wait. I would not hesitate. How about that? Because we have a double order this time, but really have no clue how quickly they will go. Denise Dufresne, I'm talking to you. No, Denise has mentioned a couple times. She's like, when are they coming back? I can't get them. Anyhow, best way with those, or really any product on my website, if it is sold out, the best thing for you to do, I'm going to do my corners and then we'll do the giveaway, because some of you guys are like, when are you going to do it? I haven't seen anyone ask that, but I don't know. I'm not looking at the chat. The best way to know when something is back in stock, on every product on my website, there is a little button that says, email me when available. So if you have clicked on that on a product, as soon as it gets back added into the system, that is an automatic email that goes out to you. Does not require human intervention to happen. So that is a great way for you to be notified as soon as something comes back in stock. All right. And there are, oh my gosh, I think they are, no, Dawn, they're in, I just pulled out 2. I think they're in, I don't know, 8 to 10 different colors and 3 sizes in each color. So, Amy, if you are still here, and I may have missed it. Amy, if you're still here, if you want to just pop a link to those, that'd be awesome. Okay. So, I'm going to stop. I'm going to scroll up, and the person is Nancy Morneau. Nancy Morneau. Morneault, because I cannot, I just have no accent of anything. So I like to say that's maybe how you say it. Nancy Morneau. It is Canadian, French Canadian. I don't know, Nancy, tell me. Tell me if that is French. Anyhow, Nancy, congratulations. Nancy, you are the winner of 2 of the storage pouches, plus this little guy. And this little guy is just to, that's what I put my stance on. I need to remember that. Plus acrylic frame. We'll just call it that. So Nancy, congratulations. Nancy, please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner 14 by 14 pouches. And then in the body of your email, please put your name and mailing address, and the team will get those shipped off to you this week. Amanda, I just saw, so here's the thing. There was a lot of chat happening there, right? So I'm sure there are things I missed. And if there are things that I needed to see and I missed them, and you had a question or a comment that you would like me to see, please type it again. If you put it in uppercase, then I'll be able to see it really well. But I did just happen to see, Amanda said, what do you do with the collection when you're done with them? Amanda, I do one of 3 things. So sometimes I do them as a giveaway, which we did last week with the You Are My Sunshine. Denise, I have 2 ladies that work with me here that do all of the picking and the packing and the shipping of orders. Denise is a scrapbooker. So a lot of times those things go to her, but her daughter is a teacher. So I just call it the teacher bin, and products all the time are going into the teacher bin. And if it's something that Denise, feels like she doesn't want to use or would, rather pass on to a teacher, she takes that teacher bin every so often to her daughter, and her daughter takes that bin to school. And Denise tells me that in the morning before school starts or after school, someone will go over the PA system and say, hey, things are, craft stuff is in the teacher lounge or whatever. And she said that the teachers get so excited. And so sometimes the teachers use it in class with their students, and other times the teachers use it for their personal use. So that is, long story short, that is what I do with product when I'm done using it. All right, so again, if I miss something, then type it in uppercase. And I did just see, now that I scrolled to the bottom, I saw TK's comment. So she would like to see the 3 sizes. So I'm going to grab those here very quickly. And I will grab them in the same color, just so you kind of have reference. So these are the 3 sizes. So this up top is the 9mm. And I'll just put it right here so you kind of get a frame of reference. That is the 9mm. This next one is the 7mm. And this one is the 5mm. So Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear. I'll put those side by side just so you can see them as well. All right, 975, 579. And I don't know, they come in, like I said, 10 or 12 colors: red, green, mint, lilac, pink, black, white, yellow, navy, lots of different colors there. Okay. All right. So congratulations. Congratulations to Nancy. But remember, everyone else also has an opportunity to win that same prize in the after party. Amy, will you add a link to the Aleppi clips? Just so people can see those. Thank you. I let everybody know that they will be back in stock this week. We're very excited. Okay. All right, next list. Things I'd like to dislike. So there's a couple of ideas I have here. We could take this one of two ways using stamps. Actually, and I'm also going to show you a sneak peek of another brand new stamp that'll go live on Friday. These are not it. So the person that suggested this list, she said it came from this list because we were using the All the Things stamp set. The All the Things stamp set is, I call it kind of a Garanimals stamp set. It's a mix and match stamp set because you are combining some prompts like my favorite things about. Let me pull this out. You're combining prompts, my favorite things about, and then adding the handwritten words. Fall, spring, this year, last winter, whatever it is. Things I'm looking forward to this year, next year. Things I'd like to forget, remember, things I learned. So you kind of have this mix and match Garanimals. But she said, what about things I'd like to dislike? So you could use the All the Things stamp set to do things I'd like to dislike. Or, as I was thinking, the Opposites Attract stamp set also has that big old word that says dislike. So opposites attract, usually what we do is kind of an opposites attract, like and dislike, good and bad, love and hate, then and now, or what have you. But something like that, dislike, you could use as a really big title. But I think what I will do is this one, things I'd like to dislike. So another way that we kind of worded that is things I wish I didn't like. Or maybe not things I wish I didn't like, but maybe it's kind of like things I wish I didn't do, because some of the things we do doesn't necessarily mean we like them. Things I'd like to dislike. All right, so there are those two stamps. Using this paper, I will use, I think, instead of plain white, I think we'll use this guy. This is the graph paper, my 6x8. So I do 2 6x8 papers, a 6x8 graph or grid like that, and then a line. And they just come in, packs of 12? Packs of 12. All my paper that I do, made in the USA. And so that guy, it's just a little bit, just gives you a little bit more, it just kind of takes a piece of white cardstock that I use all the time. It just takes it up a notch, right? So I will use that on there, and let's figure out where we want to do that. I usually eyeball it when I am putting I have a base piece and I'm putting something on top of it. I usually eyeball it, but it's usually always about 3.5 to 4. This one eyeballed is exactly 4. And then the length is usually about 7 or 7.25. And that is 7.25. Isn't that funny? That eyeball is pretty much always on. And the reason I tell you that is because sometimes people want to know what those sizes are. Just want to know. All right, so this is a 1-page list for me, but I think what I will do, I think I will take this guy and put it right here. And then another time, maybe next week, we'll see, then I've got that kind of all ready to go for another list. And on this one, I could just, make my list right in there. But I always encourage you to save this piece, just to save it and then use it for something. Yes, sweetie?
Your speakers are done.
They are! Thank you! Yay! Thank you, Sammy. Oh, love you. Oh my gosh, thank you. Okay, see you later.
Love you, Mama.
Love you too, Mike.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Now we're going to ink again, because you know what? Inking the edges just softens it a bit. That is pretty much the only, well, I said, I stamp with it and I ink the edges. That's about as mixed media as I get. All right, so let's see one of these pinks. So, Kitsch Flamingo, I bet. Oh, I passed it. Let's see. Kitsch Flamingo. There we go. So, where are we? Although, you know what? I might do something a little bit different here. Let's still get Kitsch Flamingo out because I think we will need that. But I think what I'd like to do is, I'm going to ink edges with a squeezed lemonade because then I'll use Kitsch Flamingo for the title. I don't use squeezed lemonade often because it's a really bright yellow. And I find when I'm working with, whenever there's a yellow in like a paper collection, usually it's a little bit more subdued, maybe like a fossilized amber. But look at that, that squeezed lemonade is perfect for that. So let's do that. We'll come to our little storage guy here, pull out squeeze lemonade, and do that. Ink my little edges. So just circular motion. I just pop that little foam piece on top of the handle, circular motion to pick up some ink, and away we go. The ink blending foam has been around for a long time, but when it originally was brought to market, it had, and this is Ranger product, the edges, it was flat on top. And issue with flat on top is that sometimes it would give you very prominent, like flat inked edges. Like you'd end up with a line. And so the domed heads just make it so you get a little bit of a smoother, especially like if you're blending, maybe blending two colors with the flat edges, you'd sometimes get some pretty harsh edges. So this just kind of helps to soften. There we go. Blends very well. All right. So now, we'll put that away. And move that off to the side. Where is my wipe? Yeah, TK. In a perfect world, yes. TK said you'll match up the plaids on the other side, correct? Ideally, and it's probably good that you just mentioned that because I would probably be forgetting when I did that, and it would have been upside down because it was upside down. So let's just do that right now. Yeah, it would have been 50-50, right? Would have been a 50-50 whether I had them matched up or not. All right, thank you for that reminder. All right, there we go. Now, when we put this guy in, it'll be nice and matched. So that is a way, even if you're doing two separate lists that really have nothing to do with each other, if you borrow some of the paper, like I just did from the other side, that can kind of at least help them look, you know, like they match or coordinate or whatever you want to do. I don't care about that, clearly, because I did that on a list that we looked at earlier, but I know some people that makes your skin crawl. All right, so this is gonna be a pretty simple list, right? There's not gonna be a lot of decorating going on. Well, there will be. I mean, of course we got to do the decorating, but so not everything has to take a long time. I mean, it's up to you, right? If you are crafting, I mean, I look at it as crafting time is time well spent, and so I like to play. That could go there. I like kind of that big guy as opposed to a little guy. The little guy is just kind of, I mean, it's cute, right? But it's just kind of meh. Feels like we need something. Yes. Make a statement. Now, washi. Something I shared on Thursday night, when I was doing What's New Wednesday. Simple Stories is no longer doing washi. We're not quite sure what's happening with American Crafts and if they're doing product or when they're doing product or anything like that. And so most washi I would use was either with a Simple Stories collection or with an American Crafts collection. And would just no more washi. Anyway, don't know what's happening. So I will start doing washi again. I did 3 different releases of washi, maybe over the last, probably first 2 years, maybe of Mail by Mail, but it's been a while. So I'm going to start doing washi again because now I'm confused. Hold on. Why does the left side look so yellow? This side? What side? I'm confused, Denise. Tell me, and we'll figure it out. Anyhow, I'm gonna start doing washi again. So we'll have lots of fun patterns of washi and things to play with. I don't know if I still have this in stock. If I do, Amy will link it. It is a ruler washi. So I won't do the same designs of washi again. It'll be all new designs, but I would like to have a little something. Now, I don't know if this is it. Maybe not. Oh, I think it's fine. Yeah, I like it. We're going to do it. Really, there's a couple things that are the impetus for doing washi again. Number one, I just told you, we're seeing some manufacturers stopping doing washi. Number two, my plan all along was with season pass. We needed to get a few under our belt and be able to get ahead of the design process a little bit. We are now ahead of the design process. Last week, we just started shipping spring, summer, and we are well in development of summer, fall with a brand new designer. So the washi does get produced in China, so it takes a little bit longer. So that's one of the very first things that we're doing, season pass. I will also share something very exciting with you that I have not shared with anyone. Well, Amy knows. Hang on. Sorry, I have my back to you. I need to look for something very quick. I'm looking for something. I think one of these. These are not mine. These are I just pulled from my stash. I would like to add a little bit. I think this one here. But later this year, you will see from me, and it all under my own brand. I don't have a manufacturer behind me. A collection, a mini collection. Paper, stickers, die cuts, washi. Yes. So very excited about that. And that is well underway. Well underway. But that washi, we're also designing that washi right now. So I can get kind of an order in for washi for all of it at once. All right. Just getting a little black in there. That guy. All right, that black will maybe now tie into my title. We'll see. Yes, very excited about that. Thank you. Yeah, very excited about that. I think you guys will like it. I don't know. We'll see. I hope. Or I'll be wallpapering my house in it. No, not really. I'll be conservative when I first order because that's the other thing. You have no clue. You have no clue how much to order, but we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. So while I'm cutting this, let's talk about next weekend. Next weekend, Friday, March 21st, Saturday, March 22nd, Sunday, March 23rd. March 21st is the 5-year anniversary of the very first, this kind of video that I did. And that was the start of the pandemic. So we have we always do a big celebration every year, celebrating that. But this year is big because it's 5 years. So let's talk about what's going to happen during those days. And we feel stickers. I always forget about the stickers in this collection. Let me grab the stickers and let's see what we have here. Friday, March 21st at 8 a.m. Pacific time, I will be doing a live here on my YouTube channel. If you can't make a live, that's okay, because I know that is, that's you work, it's hard to see that, but you'll be able to watch the replay at any time. I will be doing a live sharing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I guess it's lucky 13. 13 maybe 14. Brand new Lail by Mail products. 4 brand new Traveler's Notebook covers. 2 themed Traveler's Notebook inserts. The Listing with Lail idea book of all of our lists from 2024. 4 new stamps, 2 new dies, and maybe one other thing thrown in. So I'll be doing the reveal of all of those that morning. So Friday, March 21st at 8 a.m. Pacific time. An email will go out this Monday with all of the details, so you know. And then all those products will be live, available for purchase right before I go on. Saturday, the 22nd, we will be doing an all-day listing session, all day. It will start at 8 a.m. We'll go 8 to probably noon Pacific time. We'll take an hour break, and then we'll have an afternoon session that will probably go to 6 p.m. So probably like 1 to 6. So all-day listing session to celebrate. And I will tell you, I have a lot of prizes to give away, because that's what I always do that day. Tons of prizes. So would love for you to join us with that. Either the full day, half day. You can't make it live, watch the replay, pop in and just say hello, whatever. I would love that. And Karen, it's your birthday. I love it. I love it. Reverend Joy Ellen, you're right. It was a couple of weeks after the last Planner Con. I mean, a lot of us, it's kind of a memorable time of year because that was the first week of the pandemic. So there may be lots of things that are hitting you going, oh my gosh, I remember that. Oh my gosh, I remember that. I forgot about that. I remember that. New digital stamps. So Deborah, we have a bunch ready to go. I just need to get them up on the website. There's a couple steps involved. So I will do my best if we can make it happen to get some new digitals up there as well. All right. So I'm trying to decide if I want that up there. I feel like I need to have it just because I need to, we'll just do it. Just do it. It kind of needs to have something else up there because that top's going to be a little bit plain Jane. I think what I might also bring in is, oh, and I'm going to use one of the new stamps on this list. So you'll see that in just a minute. Oh, actually, I should have paid attention. Okay, hold on. Let me just look at something really quick, okay? Yeah, Lale. I did not leave myself enough room there. So I'm just off to the side here, just trying to figure out now what I'm going to do to make this fit. All right, I need to move this because I really want to use this new, because I kind of planned on using this new stamp set. So this new stamp set you won't see come up until, you will not see it come up until next Friday the 21st at 8 a.m. Pacific time. I've had a few of you reach out and say, hey, Lael, I want to place an order now. I want to make sure, and this really happened after I did the Simple Vintage Flower Shop when I did the unboxing of that the other night. I want to place an order because I'm afraid some of those will sell out, but I also want to place an order, when all your new products come out, and I don't want to have to pay shipping twice. And I said, no worries. Place an order now. When you place the order, leave us a note letting us know that you would like us to hold that order until the sale, and then that way you're covered. All right. So what I'm trying to do here is just give myself a little bit more room, and then this will, it'll make sense in a minute. It'll make sense in a minute when you see it. See it. Karen Haynes, I hope you're here to see this. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. I think we're good. We'll make it work. All right. So that's the start. This will be a numbered list. Maybe 2 months ago, this happened very quickly. Maybe 2 months ago, we were listing and Karen Haynes said, Lael, do you know what would be a really awesome stamp set to have? Is a stamp set that had the numbers just in one stamp, all down so I could use it all down the side. So I didn't have to, either write my numbers or stamp my numbers individually. And I said, hey, you know what? That's a great idea. Sure, we can do that. So we started working and we made it happen. This will be the first of several. So this one is called By the Numbers 1, and it will release on Friday, March 21st, 2025 at 8 a.m. Pacific time, amongst the other stamp sets. So this is the first version of that will be released. As I was thinking about it, I made it 2 stamps instead of 1. The reason for that is not everyone wants to do a 10, right? Sometimes you might want to do a 5. Now, you could do a 3 or you could do a 7. You just have to do a little bit of masking so you didn't have, what numbers you didn't want. But here's the idea. Here's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then if you are doing a 10, Then you just then stamp your 6, wherever it goes, right here. And then you are good. So this is gonna have to move up a little bit. So you can easily do your top 10 if you wanted, or just use half and half. Very excited about that. And Karen, thank you for that suggestion, because you know what? That never hit my radar. So sometimes you just need to ask for what you want, right? Sometimes it is something that I can do. That would be the first thing, if I can. And then sometimes it just needs to make sure that it fits for me and something I would use, and then also my business, right? So that one was, to me, a no-brainer. All right, so I'm going to use Kitsch Flamingo. That's called By the Numbers. I think we called it By the Numbers 1 because there are more coming, but just not this release. We'll spread them out over a couple releases. But that's just to say, you know what? If there's something that you'd like to see, please ask. I would love to hear it. You never know if it sparks a product, right? So I loved that Karen mentioned that. Oh, I know what I need to do. Why did I do that? Let me put that away. I'm not inking. That's when I'm talking and trying to think at the same time, and the thinking is not thinking properly. Because yes, you never know, right? You never know. My friend Allison has been asking for another number stamp, a really cool idea on a number stamp for quite a while, that we will be rolling out in May. So, and she just said, hey, you know what? One day, would you ever consider doing this? And we talked through it, and she sent me some examples of how she's kind of been making it work for what she wanted to do. And I said, yeah, I love it. Let's do it. So what I'm going to do here very quickly, I have not used this stamp set yet, so I'm going to put it back on the sheet. Your stamps, really any stamps that you use, I don't know about red rubber, but any of your acrylic or photopolymer stamps, definitely photopolymer stamps, should be conditioned before you use them. They are not necessarily ready to work with right out of the package. And this is any photopolymer stamps. They have a little bit of a coating on them, and you cannot see the coating. You can't see it, it's invisible. The way I like to explain this is that if you're baking muffins, you spray the muffin pan, the little muffin cups, muffin tin, with Pam, or you put butter in it or whatever, right? So that the batter doesn't stick. Well, similar, not same, it's not Pam. Similar process happens when photopolymer stamps are being made. There's a mold, and they put something in the mold so that the material, the muffin mix, right, the polymer, easily releases, so they can get the stamp out. So there is a thin coating of that you can't see. If you've ever pulled a stamp right off the package and started, and then just put your ink on and used it, you might be like, oh, that's kind of weird. It's kind of spotty, and ink stuck in some places and not other places. Well, that's why, because it has that Pam on it. Now, that's my analogy. I know that's not what it is, and I have never been to a stamp manufacturing facility to see how it actually works, but that's what I understand. So there's a couple of different ways that you can prime or condition your stamps before you use them. That's what I like to do. I use just a white rubber eraser that will erase get rid of that coating. Now, you don't have to do it that way. You could take your chamois, you could take a damp paper towel, you could take a baby wipe, although baby wipes, that's a hard one, because some people say you shouldn't use baby wipes because some of them have alcohol in them, and then the alcohol will affect the polymer. And then you can find the, alcohol-free baby wipes, but in my experience, there's a lot of lint in those that comes off. So I do eraser, clean, and then dry. The drying is a really important part of that process. Now, some people will just apply the ink and stamp it on a scratch paper. And you have to do that a couple of times before you fully get that off, before you get the stamped impression that you're looking for. A couple people have told me they take the stamp and put it on their skin. And that for me personally doesn't work because I have lotion on my skin. I live in Utah. We have a very dry climate. So chances are, without getting really gross, there's probably a few little skin flakes that are coming now off onto I'm just basically transferring oils and lotions and things like that onto the stamp as I'm, getting rid of that little coating. So whatever you do, doesn't really matter. You do you. I just showed you my process, but it's important that you do that. In my opinion, it's important that you do that. All right, so now that's ready to go. So now we will find our stamping block. That one's too small. Oh, don't want to use that one either. I'm going to use this one. So this one would totally work too. It's just wider. Anytime you have excess, in my opinion, material on your stamping block, that just makes it a little bit harder because now you're trying to, get that nice even pressure. So we're using that guy. That is my 5-inch long by inch tall. So that works really well for that little guy. And we will do that there. Let me just still make sure that I've got enough room for that. May overlap a little bit, but that's okay. All right, so now let's get, I don't know if I finished my thought. If you have stamps or products you would like to see, please ask. Please ask. Drying your stamp. That is a really important part of the process because if there's any moisture on your stamp, that moisture can interact with the ink. Moisture is interacting with the Distress Oxide and it can change the ink. There are a couple of colors, like I find this really happens with like salvaged patina, any kind of the blue greens. It pulls out a really different, it starts to pull out a lot of blue, that excess moisture, water. So if you were, if you were blending or using watercolor or using water brush with it or something, it tends to pull out some little interesting blue tones. So drying is important. All right, so here we go. Let's get this here. I'm going to turn this on its side. Then I can work with this sideways. It's a little bit easier for me to work with sideways as opposed to vertically. And let's go right there. So I want to apply nice even pressure, right? I don't want to rock that. We're not rocking the boat. Don't rock the boat, baby. We don't want to rock it. If you rock it, it's going to apply undue pressure on the edges. So it'll kind of spread that stamp out along the edges. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, maybe I only have 5 things on my list. So I don't know what else I do here, but maybe I'm working on a smaller list or something. So I thought it made sense to split those up. Let's see. I love that you guys are loving that stamp. Love it. And thank Karen too. It's Karen's idea. And then I just used, I just figured out, I wanted it to be kind of fun, right? So it's kind of different size. They're not all, vertical. We just kind of have a little bit of fun with it. Let me see. Oh, Kathy, I love that. Kathy said, my husband asked me what I want for my birthday. Hang on, let's just do this. I can't read and think and stamp and do all that at the same time. She said, I told him Lael's having a big release next weekend and I like a few things. The few things will probably turn into many. You know what? So here, I don't know about you guys, but my family tells me I am the hardest person to shop for. Usually because I just find something I want and then I just buy it. And they're like, stop doing that. Just let us know. So when Mother's Day rolls around or anniversaries or Christmas or birthday or whatever. So I love that he asked you, Kathy. And I'm always like, I don't know. So I love that you had an answer for him. And I love that I was part of that answer. There is on my website. Hydration break. Hold, please. Oh goodness, I had like an air particle or something, like a little floaty in my, I don't know. Okay, all good. Just a reminder to hydration break when you need it. You can do a wish list on my website. So with every product, there's a little button that you click that says add to wish list. So you can have a wish list. The nice thing about the wish list is you can send the link to people. So if someone says, hey, Lael, what do you want for your birthday? I go, oh, look here. Here's a link to my wish list to make it easy for you. All right. So now let's see, this little 6 can go, I don't know, I think about right there. They'll just nestle right in together. Oh, Jackie, I love that for you. Just got a gift certificate for my son. Perfect timing for all the new products. I love it. All right, there we go. Thank you, Karen. Thanks for the suggestion. Anyone that has suggestions, shoot me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. And then we can see if it's something that, we can't do it all, for sure. But you never know. You never know. All right. So yes, that is by the numbers 1, and that you will see coming out this Friday, March 21st at 8 a.m. Pacific time. Dee. Little tall skinny guy. All right. Now we need to do our title. This is, what are we doing? Yeah. Things I'd like to dislike. All right. So usually I think what I like to do, if I remember with these, I like to stamp the little guy. No. I'm going to stamp the big one first. So, different stamping block. I know this guy fits on that one. And then that one, does it fit? Oh, it does. It fits both. That's great. Just an assortment, right? Assortment of size stamping blocks. Some of you tell me I don't like to stamp, I don't stamp, I dislike stamping. I don't like to stamp because I really don't know what I'm doing. And I say, oh, I'm with you. I just really started stamping about maybe 6 years ago. And back then when I first started, everything was black. Everything was black. Kathy, it's a really good question. Kathy asked if I had a stamp block that you can fit both number sets so you can stamp just once. This is what I would tell you. First of all, I don't. I do not. So this guy isn't quite long enough to be able to do that. I mean, it's close, but it's not long enough. Even if we did, I wouldn't do it that way because this particular style, all of the numbers are really close together. If we did have a stamping block, actually, no. Yes. That is out there on the website. That's not one of mine. But what would happen is, because there's a buffer, there's kind of a buffer of material, photopolymer, around the stamp, you'd have that buffer around the 5 and then also the buffer around the 6. So you'd end up with probably about, I don't know, maybe an 1/8-inch gap in between, which might look a little bit odd, but you could certainly try. Now I would say I wouldn't buy something like this just for that, but like that works with the like the library card stamp. So it's a good larger size for bigger stamps. Okay, so now we need a little title. Things I'd like to dislike. Have you guys told me? What are things you'd like to dislike? And for me, it's generally things that I like, or maybe things that I do that I really shouldn't do. All right. Probably things that I really shouldn't do. Like, and I have not, it's been 8 years. I believe it's been 8. Gosh, time flies. I think it's been 8 years since I stopped smoking. So if I was still smoking, that would be at the top of my list. Things that I'd like to dislike. It would be cigarettes, right? Now, that won't be on my list now because I dislike, well, I don't know about dislike them. That's an interesting one if you've ever smoked. I don't know. I mean, you quit 8 years, but I don't know if that urge ever goes away. I'd probably have one now and I'd be like, bleh! I'd probably get sick. But that's an example of, if you're like, I don't really understand where this is headed, that would be an example of something that you aren't particularly happy that you do. You wish you disliked it. Know what I mean? Know what I mean, Jelly Bean? All right. Things I'd like to dislike. Now, you might have been wondering, Lael, why do you have that big black washi right there, right? Because right now it's kind of like, whoa, wait a minute. Well, I do all of my writing in black. So pretty soon that is going to kind of bring it all in together. Sugar. Yes, Debbie, right there with you. Terry, this is just saying. Just saying. And chocolate. Jackie said fried foods. Joe said she quit smoking, I think, 20 years ago and still wants one. I mean, that it is a drug, right? It is 100% a drug. That's why it's addicting, right? And I think anything, even like sugar, addicting, it hooks you. For sure. Can't stand the smell now. Same, Jackie. Exactly. Heather Graham, my recent ex-boyfriend thinks I'd like to dislike. I love it. So you know what? I love that somehow there's always humor in what we do, right? There's always humor, and I love that. My recent ex-boyfriend, you would like to dislike him. That's good. That's good. I love it. I love it. All right. Oh, and since I'm doing my double lines lately, I might as well just do a little double outline here. Things I'd like to dislike. Okay. Let's see. Hello, Shannon, Hopeful One. She said, glad I caught you live today. I am glad you did as well. I sent you another email. I don't think you got my email back in January. Also, I had another idea, so I sent that as well. I will look, Shannon. I don't know. I don't know, because I'm sure you go by something other than Shannon Hopeful One. Karen, but I will make a note now, especially if I missed it before. So if you did you send me again today? I hope. Let me know when you sent it. Jackie, she would like to dislike to travel. My hubby doesn't like to go places, and I just love going to see new things. Pam, Diet Coke. Karen said same. Some of the men I've dated. Salty foods, right? Let's see. Oh, Christy, this sounds like a great idea. Christy said, I've used the clear plate from my die cutting machine to stamp my larger stamps if I don't have a stamping block that's big enough. Christy, that is genius. Oh, well, guess what? Okay, guess what? This is what would also work, because it's just handy. If you have one of my pencil boards, that would totally work as a stamping block. And then what Christy is saying is, like that. That is for my Anna Griffin Empress mini machine. That is one of the plates. That's a great idea. Okay. All right. Dislike eating my own Christmas baking. Amy said Pepsi. S. Weiser. Okay, you sent it today. Okay, good. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you. Buying paper crafting supplies, right? Brianne, I love it. You're going to go. I will see you at Little Craft Fest. I love that. I will look forward to seeing you. All right. I probably missed all kinds of things about things you'd like to dislike. Sweets, binge watching TV, eating out, Starbucks, sleeping late, right? Christy, you just got your new season pass. I love it. I love it. Okay. So things on my list, things that I would like to dislike. I would like to dislike shopping. I really like to go shopping. Not even go. I don't even have to go shopping. I would like to dislike shopping because I like it, I think, a little bit too much. I would like to dislike social media. It's a necessary evil for me because my business, right? I need to be out there and posting and be relevant, right? So it's kind of sometimes it feels like it's a forced thing, but I also will procrastinate. And an easy way for me to procrastinate is to pick up my phone and doom scroll on social media, right? So I would like to dislike social media. I would like to dislike grammar. What I mean by that is my grandmother taught me very early on to really pay attention to the way things are worded. And if I would say, let's see, Lainey and me, my sister, Lainey and me want a cookie. And she'd say, what? And I'd say that again and again and again. And she'd say, what, until I worded it properly. Lainey and I want a cookie. Now that way is pretty kind of basic, but there are other ways when you should not use I, you should use me, and it sounds really odd. please give Lainey and I a cookie. It's not that. It's please give Lainey and me a cookie. Because if you take out Lainey, it's please give me a cookie. So that's just an example. I am so like hyper focused on grammar that sometimes it's very difficult for me to read past something I read or listen past what someone is saying if the grammar is not correct, just because that I'm just wired that way. So I'd like to dislike grammar in general. So I didn't even worry about that. Like if I'm reading and something is incorrect, like my brain stops and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they did that. I can't believe they did that. They should have. Anyhow, grammar. Politics. I would like to dislike politics. And here's the thing. It's not that I necessarily like politics, but politics is far more a part of my life than I would like it to be. So that should be one that I should pretty easily be able to control. I just need to be able to control it because I would like that to not be a part of my life. Perfume. I love perfume. I love perfume. I have a lot of perfume, a lot. So I'd like to dislike perfume so that I just didn't have any. But it really makes me happy, but I'd also like to dislike it. This one is an interesting one to try to word. I would like to dislike what I'm trying to say is I would like to dislike, I feel like I need a tan to look healthy. I would like to dislike that. I just don't know how to word that. I worded it feeling like tan equals healthy. Let's write that down. I would like to dislike feeling that tan equals healthy. Now, I've got all the spray tans, foam tans, all of that. And I try never to have my face in the sun. So kind of work at that, but still, I just feel like healthy is tan. All right. We've got lots of things rolling. I love it. Can I go versus may I go? Absolutely. That's another one, Terry. I don't know. Can you? Can I go outside and play? I don't know. Can you? Like, are you physically able to do it? Can versus may. I know, right? I know. Terry, I had an English teacher that wouldn't let you go to the bathroom if you didn't ask correctly. But guess what, though? That's how I learned. I mean, my grandmother would keep asking me what until I figured out, oh, I didn't say that correctly. Dutch Brothers, Carrie said. And Amy said, but that makes you a great editor. It does. It really makes me, I can proofread like nobody else's business. I catch things. Oh, that needs an apostrophe. We got to go back and change the art. It has to have an apostrophe or, whatever. Different perfume for different moods. Totally. Yeah. Yep. All right. Another one for me is wine. I really like my wine. And you know what? None of these, in my opinion, are necessarily a problem for me. Like none of these are like, oh, wine is causing a problem in my life. No, none of them are like that. But I wish I didn't like wine as much as I do, right? I just like it. It makes me feel good and it relieves my stress and I just like it. Sugar, of course. Sugar's a big one. I'm really working on that this year. I'm making a ton of progress on that this year. A ton in my habit tracker. Carbs and processed foods. Also working a ton on that. The last one, Amazon. I'd like to dislike Amazon. I do a lot of shopping on Amazon, a lot for my business because, anyhow, like if I need a particular size resealable bag that needs to be 4x8, then I can find it very easily on Amazon. And I don't have to drive to 10 different places trying to find it. But I just wish I didn't rely so much on Amazon. All right, so there we are. Probably what I will do, I won't do it right now, but I feel like what I need to do, when I look at that on the screen, this guy stands out like nobody's business because the rest are so short. So probably what I will go back and do later is just add a little blurb next to each of those. as I've kind of done here. I've been verbally saying blurbs, but I'll add a little blurb next to each of those so it more fills in, not so much of that white space. All right, so there we go. Those are things I would like to dislike. And I need to have I'm going to do a little roller date stamp here. Today is the 15th. I will date that at the bottom. So what's interesting, if you look at, at the bottom, no. I will date it at the bottom, but I can't date it in this because I probably need to put it down here. So it needs to be black. Gosh, what was I just saying? Oh, if you look at that Just Sand collection, now I've done 3 different lists with it, and they all look fairly different. It has a lot of, I think it has a lot of depth to it. When it comes to, let me get my black ink out. When it comes to the different looks that you can get as you start to peel apart, different parts of the collection. Oh, there's another thing I was going to do, but I think I'll just hand do these. That moved a little bit on me. Okay, March 15, 2025. I would like to just do some little accents in here, kind of like those little, you see that? Just how I did that little, just to kind of, I don't know, add a little more something to it. Yeah, just super subtle. Just add a couple of other, just a little bit more black in there. All right, so that guy is done. My insert. We'll add that back to my insert. I need to make sure, I gotta get Nick to do his homework right there. Someone said perfectionism. I saw that. I like that. That's another one I could have put on my list as well. Sometimes the perfectionism, and it's weird. I'm kind of, I have that in some areas of my life, and other areas I'm like, yep, nope, ain't nobody got time for that. Where did my, I'm looking for my, that's weird. I'm looking for my, it's got to be here, score tape, my double-sided tape. Where did it go? I don't know. I don't know where it went. That's so weird. Did I put it away? No. All right, hold please. I need to find that. I don't know where it went. So I'm going to use this little teeny tiny one. That's so weird. Whoopsie. Oh gosh. That's not gonna work, Lael. All right, sorry. Let me just put that away right, because that was gonna cause a big problem. All right, there we go. Yeah, no clue what I did with that. No clue. Things I love to love. That would totally work. Yes. Things I'd like to love. Things I'd like to like. Oh, so here, look at. We could do, if you were using this stamp set, things I'd like to like. So you could do the same thing. Things I'd like to appreciate. That could be another one, right? So you could do all kinds of, I will add that. I think I have most of our list topics for next week already planned, but I will look, and if it makes sense based on what else we're doing, if we can fit that in, then we'll add that. We really probably should, because it would just be a logical continuation. So great idea. Things I'd like to like. And it's now that it's kind of getting into that our opposites attract. So if you are thinking, yeah, I want to do that list, and you have the opposites attract stamp set, or you want to get the opposites attract stamp set, you do the same thing with that, like and dislike. Alrighty, so now I'm just looking at, I could do without Netflix and binge watching. Yes, right? I know. Things I'd like to dislike, binge watching. Yeah. for sure. We will actually next week, one of our lists planned is, I don't know how I've ordered it, but like recent shows or something like that. It's been a while since we've done a list about like the shows that we've been watching recently. So I thought it might be kind of a fun one to do next week. That's always good for lots of chat in the chat. And then also it's always good for idea. Like if people are like, oh, I've been watching this one and it's great. Like Nick and I just the other night, I don't know, we've got a whole bunch that we are watching at different times and go back to and whatever, but this one called Toxic Town. If you watch White Lotus, it's one of the actresses from White Lotus, the one with the gap between her teeth. She is one of the main actresses, but it is based on a true story about a town in, I think it's England, somewhere in the UK, that they were doing a lot of steel mining. And then children were, quite a few children in town were being born with deformities. And it had to do with the steel and the air and the soil and the mining dust and all that. So we just barely started watching that. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab a sticky note and I will put this right here. This will be things I'd like to like. And let me just, I'll do the same thing again. Pardon my reach. I will add this to a sticky note and I'll just put it in and see if we can slot it in for next week. Things I'd like to like. That'll be interesting because this is kind of, will dovetail. Our next list maybe kind of dovetails on that, maybe a little bit. We'll see. Our next list is going to be a 2-pager. I'm just going to put this here so it doesn't, no, it's fine. Next list is a 2-pager. So I'm going to put these things away. Give me a sec to put these things away. And our next list is, we have done a couple times a list called In the Fridge. And In the Fridge is one of those, I call it a time capsule list because it is very specific to a point in time. Like things that Nick and I have in the fridge now are very different from things that we had in the fridge when the boys were little. Like we'd have dino nuggets. I mean, you know, all kinds of, we'd have string cheese and fruit roll-ups. They wouldn't be in the fridge, but you know what I mean. So the different stages in your life, probably different things in the fridge, right? Whether you're maybe a teenager or maybe you're college student, right? Probably definitely different things if you were a college student, whatever it is. So definitely tells a story about a particular stage in your life. So this one, not necessarily in the fridge because I also included things that are not in the fridge, but like food that's always in the house and food that is never in the house. Always in the house and never in the house. So that could kind of veer into things that you'd like to like. So maybe there's some foods that you'd really like to like, so they'd be in the house, but they're never in the house because you don't like them. So what we're going to do here, I am pulling this guy out again. This is the Extraordinary Things to Cut Out and Collage. Amy, if you're still here, if you'll pop that in the link to that in the description box, or excuse me, in the chat. It is also on the page of what I am using today, but let me pull up list where I used some things from this. So back in January, and I think it was Tracy, I may have seen I don't know if it was from you, but I saw someone asked a question if we had done in the news for February. We have not done in the news for February. I'm trying to decide if I need a break from in the news. There's just a lot of just fighting and just things in the news that do not make me happy. And so I'm like, do I need to take a break from what's in the news or in the news? So we'll see. We have not done February though. So maybe we'll do it next week. I don't know. I just have to decide. I'm not happy with the news. I'm never happy with the news, but lately, and it doesn't matter where you are in the world. It doesn't matter what political party you're a part of. There's just a lot of stuff going on and fighting and things that make me very unhappy and people saying things that make me sad for humanity. So that's a little segue, but When we did in the news for January, I used this book, This Extraordinary Things to Cut Out in Collage. So basically, we're just cutting things out of this book and using them as decorations on our list. So I thought food that's always in the house, never in the house would be kind of a fun one to do for this. Now, what I am going to need to do, I am working directly on the page here, which means I need to think about something. I am grabbing, I know, sorry. I need to grab one of these guys because I need this to try to stay open for me, right? So I'm just gonna use one of those clips that'll help keep that open and help it to lay flat for me. All right, so always in the house, never in the house, and it's food. So what I'm thinking that I will have a 2-page list. Here's my little sketch. Sometimes my sketches look quite a bit like the way things turn out, like that one, right? That was our first one. That one, here's my title, there's my numbers, there's a flower. So sometimes they're right on, other times they totally are not. So what I thought I'd do here is I will stamp, or no, maybe letter scramble, we'll see. Food, and then I will below it write always in the house on this page and never in the house on this page. And then I'm going to cut out some of the things from that book and they're just going to be in some different places. So that's my thought. I'll be using this for one of our lists next week also. So I've not color coded, but things that are my little side stickies are for next week. Top stickies are for this week. So this, if you look at this is kind of an interesting, with this book, let me talk about this book. So this book is basically a bunch of things that you just cut out and play with, work with. It's almost like if you, if people are doing vision boards, a lot of times they'll get a bunch of magazines and then cut images out of the magazines. This is kind of that same idea, but it is just all images. It's food, it's people, it's places, it's things, it's animals, it's flowers, it's all different things. So that is what this book is made of. And they're not stickers. You just cut them out, and that's what I'm going to use. So as I started looking at things, there's kind of a fun little collage here. Like if you look at that, there's the fridge, and look at this. There's people swimming at the bottom of it. There's some chairs. There's a big old pineapple. There's a antelope. I don't know if that's an antelope on top, but just kind of being fun and having a lot of fun with just different things that are not the typical type of product that like I normally use in my list. This type of thing is 100% what I do in my junk journals, in my glue books, where I am just cutting things out of books or magazines or brochures when I'm traveling. That's how I really document in my junk journals and glue books, doing this type of thing. So I'm bringing it a little bit into our lists every so often. All right, so starting out with, here's some food. Now, some of it's really funny because look at this. Like that little Jello salad, some fried eggs. So I don't know, we'll see. We might have some food from here. There's a really nice grouping of drinks there. More food, turkey, just kind of fun things to pull in. This fridge, I know for sure I want to use this fridge because, you know, food always in the house, never in the house. So I'm going to start out by just coming in and cutting this away from the page. So my original idea was that I would do my list on 2 pages. I just remembered this, but then I was thinking, but maybe I don't want to do it on 2 pages. Maybe we end up with it on 1 page, but then I thought, like, could I do maybe like a little scene? And so if I did a little scene, like if I had this here, I don't know, maybe it's in the center. I don't know. So I have another little fridge. And this is just kind of, there's no right or wrong way to do this kind of style, right? I also thought it might be fun to pull something like this in, like Steve's Diner or This little guy, find food, customer parking. So maybe that works, but maybe I want more of a sign like this. No, I think we like this guy. Mel's Eat In Drive In. So it's just a very like freeing way of documenting. And you don't have to have a book like this if you decide that you want to do something like that. You old magazines at home, or maybe your libraries have sale every so often on older magazines. It's just sometimes harder and harder to find magazines these days. So that is what I use this book for. I will show you. We took a look at the list that I did for the news. And the things that I pulled out, but I'll show you another way that I have used this recently. And then lots of food. So, I mean, really, maybe we'll take this guy up too, because that was kind of fun with that pineapple, because the pineapple could kind of be on the center of my page. So I'm curious, have you done things like this before? Have you, like, and I do this a lot when I travel. I pick up all the tourist brochures and magazines and things like that. And in fact, I'll show you a quick one. When Nick and I did our 18-day trip to Ireland and Scotland 2 years ago, and I came back and then kind of put everything together. But this is, we were Amsterdam for 2 days and then Ireland and Scotland each for a week. And so I collected things the entire time that we were there. Memorabilia, stickers, all kinds of things. And so that's what I did with it. This is like one of the Amsterdam pages. Basically, it's just like cut and paste, right? This to me is so freeing, and it's just so fun because there are no rules. So sometimes I pull in regular like product that we use, like these were laser cuts from 49 a Market, but other times postcards, literally just things that I picked up and collected along the way. And I had so much that I ended up doing that for each country we were in. I did 2 spreads, and that was like a bag. That was a gift bag, or, you know, I bought postcards and things from the Rembrandt Museum, and that was the bag. I cut up the bag. So that was a map of one of the places where we were in Ireland, but there's another one. This is, that is Scotland. That one doesn't open. Let's see. Oh, there we go again. See, just kind of pulling in a lot of those things because there are no rules. And sometimes it's fun to just play without having rules. Even this guy, this is one of the castles that we went to, and I ended up kind of putting that whole brochure in as a little tip in. So I do that a lot in my, like I said, junk journals, glue books, but now kind of working that a little bit into our list as well. Let's see. In the news, like, I know we're having lots of conversation here about in the news. Yeah, I'm seeing that. Some people say take a break. Some people say they only look for the good news. Yes, I do have some good news things on because I've still been tracking it all. I don't know. I'm really divided on it. So I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. But guess what? If I don't do it, that doesn't mean that you can't do it. Absolutely. So, if you want to do it, you should do it. We'll see what I decide. Sarah said she loves this. Sharon, her fridge has definitely changed as a widow from years ago with family, and it was just my husband and I. Absolutely, right? Your purse, your fridge, and magazines can really tell a story of your life over the years. For sure, for sure. Let's see. All right. I'm going to keep going. If I miss something that you wanted me to see, then pipe up and get in the chat, and then I'll see it. Okay. So if we kind of have maybe this in here, this in here. So I would like to do, I think some kind of background. I was kind of toying. Something popped up. I've started following a lot of people that do junk journaling. You guys have heard me talk about maybe that I like to do what I call creative note taking. So if I'm like, proactively learning and listening to podcasts or reading books, that I like to take notes when I do that, but I like it to be, I like to incorporate art into it as well, because that's very fun for me. So, like, here's something. right? So that is taking that same idea over here and cutting something out and then writing around it. Or this guy, this was also came from a book like this that I cut out and then just doing things around it. So, but what I thought was, then I'm like, so this one I saw this morning was so cool. This woman had taken she'd gone to like Home Depot and had a brochure, like a paint brochure. And so she was cutting it apart and had a dog and all different kinds of things on it. But she kind of made like a little house scene, which I thought was so cool. And she put, something down, it kind of looked like wallpaper. And this I'm too much. But she put, I don't know, maybe something down like this. And was just then adding, a whole bunch of different things on it to make this fun little house scene, to kind of make it all work together. So I don't know if I want to put something down first or if I don't think I do. Or if I just want to build around it. So if I'm just building around it, now I need lots more food, right? I need lots more food in here. And these don't necessarily have to be things that that really are food that we have in the house. Like, we don't always have watermelon in the house, and we don't never have watermelon in the house. It's not an either or, but just kind of a fun thing to put in there. Let's see what else. We could go back to that. There was some funky looking food on that one page, right? That had, oh my gosh, like the Jello molds and the turkeys and all kinds of things like that. So I'm just gonna kind of make a little collage here. And what I've also seen people do that's kind of fun is this. So people have like little bead containers and they are cutting out letters, almost like ransom letters. Did you ever do ransom letters when you were a little kid? And so cutting out letters, and each of the little things in your bead container is a letter, so that you could do fun titles and things like that too. Anyhow, it's just kind of a fun, totally different look and feel of what we, what we normally use. So just kind of branching out for me a little bit. All right, here's some more food. That's funny. That's like a hot dog on a piece of bread. This one, because this is something we never try to have. Well, not never. It's just, anyhow, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it when we get there. Now, what would be really fun is if I had like a cool quote or something about food, but I don't. That's fine. That's a funny one. That like Jello salad with green olives. I guess another thing that's kind of fun to think about when you're doing this kind of style is that, I say to do what we do, you only have to have two things, something to write with and something to write on. So if you wanted to incorporate other things, but you didn't want to have to spend the money, or you wanted to, do this kind of style, it can be brochures that you're collecting from different places. It can be, it can be all free things too. All right, so now I'm just taking my little fussy cutting scissors and working my way around the little pineapple here. So I think I will come close to filling the entire sheet. If you guys had told me, I missed it as I was going through that book. What are some things what's some food that's always in your house and never in the house? Karen, I'm on a student loan diet. So Michelin's, what's Michelin's? I don't know what Michelin's is in my freezer. Now I'm trying to read and cut at the same time. Let's see. Amy, to eat is a necessity, but to eat intelligently is an art. Ooh, that's like food. Oh, pun intended. That's like food for thought, isn't it? Food is not just fuel. It's an experience. You are what you eat. So don't be fast, cheap. Oh my gosh. That's the best one. Okay, I got to read that. You are what you eat, so don't be fast, cheap, easy, or fake. I love it. That is a hoot. So true.
What are you guys working on?
We're working on the food list, Nick.
The food list.
And guess what I remembered?
What?
I didn't have you do your homework from last week where you were going to write your perfect Sunday list for me, remember?
Yeah.
Guess what, you guys? Nick's working on another list today. Well, a list, his to-do list. His to-do list that he loves so much, huh, Nikki?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love
whatever.
it.
You love it. I know you do. Jolene, Diet Coke for you, milk for your daughter. So those are things that are always in your house or never in your house. Never Brussels sprouts or okra. Oh, I love Brussels sprouts. I don't know about okra. I don't know about that. I don't think I've ever had okra. Or you know what? I probably had it as a, someone said, try this appetizer or something somewhere, but not memorably. So I can honestly say, yes, okra. I never have okra in the house. Michelin's is a cheap frozen main course or single course, but it's perfect for taking as lunch. Oh yeah, gotcha. Like lean cuisine or something like that, right? Or Stouffer's, or that is actually on my list. That is something that we never have in the house. And it's not, no judging, right? We always say this is a no judgment free zone. Wait. Wow, that didn't sound correct. I always say this is a judgment free zone. No judgment free. That's like a double negative. We're in a judgment free zone. So whatever is in your food area, and if it's not in mine, good for you. And if something's in mine and it's not in yours, good for me, right? Because like Karen explained, she's like, yeah, I'm on a student loan budget right now. So I don't have some of the things maybe that I would normally have. Or maybe you really enjoy that. And you're like, it's fast, it's easy, it's inexpensive. And so you always have it. Old school kidnappers were crafters. Yes. Ransom notes. Yes, Scrapbook Sister. I had to read that. I'm like, wait a minute. What? Yes. All right. Just making our little things here. Always cheese, egg, soup. Cheese, yes, on my list. Eggs, yes. Soup. You know what? I actually have to add soup because it's, I didn't have it on my list, but yeah. I really like the boxed tomato soup. So I don't remember the brand. I also get it from Trader Joe's, but I really like the boxed tomato soup. Tomato soup is like comfort food for me. So if I'm kind of not feeling well or something, it's like, oh, let's get the tomato soup out. Never in your house Miracle Whip, Carrie. That's going on my list too. So what's funny about that? When I was growing up, Miracle Whip, that's all I knew, right? You'd have your bologna sandwich with the Kraft singles on your Wonder white bread and with Miracle Whip. And I loved it. And then, I don't know, I didn't have sandwiches for a long time. And so I probably went to the store and bought Miracle Whip and then went to eat a sandwich with Miracle Whip. And I'm like, oh, yeah, no. Oh, no. No, not having that. Too sweet. But Miracle Whip, yeah, that's definitely not in our house. Louisa said right now she always has almond milk, Dave's bread, and avocado. Ooh, Dave's bread. I like Dave's bread. Carrie, yogurt, cottage cheese, croissant bread. Yep, yogurt, cottage cheese. Same here. Wanda does not like tomato soup. Let's see. Never have potato chips because I'll eat them all. Right? Yeah. Some of the things on my list are never because I like them. So it's a never. Other things that are on my list are it's a never because I don't like them. Let's see. If it wasn't for my hubby, I would never have potatoes in my house. Yeah, Susan said that potato chips are a food group, right? Food group. Yes. Now, I'm one of those people that, yeah, I can't have things like that in the house because literally, and unfortunately, Nick and I are the exact same when it comes to that. So there are a lot of things we can't have in the house because both of us, we're the same. You eat it. You just eat it all the time. I mean, like it's gone. Like it's scary because it's there. And then, half a day later, the entire batch of cookies is gone, which is, not very good. Not very not very helpful, not very filling. And then here's the other thing. There's this psychology, at least for me, and I am unpacking all of my food issues. I have a lot of food issues. I'm trying to once and for all get to the bottom of and trying to unpack those issues. But one of them is that if we have something like that in the house, I'm like, well, you know what? I'm just going to eat it all because then it'll be gone. Well, that's not a healthy attitude, right? Okay, just eat it all. So, yeah. I'm going to cut out a couple more. I think I'm going to do eggs too. I'm going to do these little eggs here. And now we just have kind of this fun, it's like a smorgasbord. A smorgasbord of pieces that are food. If you can find, like at thrift stores, old cookbooks, you go to garage sales or whatever. And, if you want to look for those things, then, you can find them with a little bit of work. Or you just buy a book like this that has all those things in it for you. All right, I think we'll get these two things and then we will be good. I know Amy linked these, but I'm using my little fussy cutting scissors. Fussy cutting scissors obviously look very different than regular scissors, right? When you look at the range of motion that your fingers have to, your hand and your fingers have to go through the regular pair of scissors. If you have arthritis, so for some of you, that's a lot to try to cut. Fussy cutting scissors, this. So I am barely moving those two fingers. And I have a much shorter blade, so it just makes it easier to get into small places. They just kind of they sit right there in the palm of your hand. All righty, I've got my little veggie crudite. Is that what that is? Some people call those crudite. I don't even know if I pronounced that right. Like a veggie tray crudites? I don't know. Crudite. Crudite? I don't know. I don't know. Is it time for lunch yet? Getting hungry. I know. I wonder what I'm having for lunch. Yeah. I don't know. Some kind of salad. Probably with Adele's chicken sausage on it. I really like that. It gets a good amount of protein in. All right. A couple fried eggs, and then we're ready to put it all down and then make our list. All right. So let's talk about, we've talked about getting other people's voices in your projects, like your lists like this. So every once in a while I have Nick write a list and, it goes in. This could be super fun to do something like this with kids. And this would be, you go find old cookbooks or, this could be a favorite foods list. It could be food I like and food I don't like or food I hate. This is you're getting kids to be doing art, which I think is really beneficial, but you're also getting them to write. And kids these days, kids these days don't really write, right? So this could be a fun exercise, and then they think it's fun and they're playing because they're cutting and gluing and all those kind of things, right? I should have put a little clip over here too. So let's just look. We've got a fried egg here and maybe a fried egg over here. Fine food, customer perking. All right, I think that will work. Now, usually what happens right about now is I'm just gonna move this for a second and move this over here so this just kind of stays flat. Sometimes you spend a lot of time getting all of your things placed exactly where you want them, right? And then you're like, oh great, I have 64 pieces there. How am I ever gonna get those all back into place where I'd like them to go? This is what I use, highlighter tape. Highlighter tape. This is meant for highlighting textbooks. So if you think of how thin book paper is, this is meant for highlighting textbooks. It's removable. So it won't peel up any of these things. Won't peel up any of the color or art pattern. But I am basically now taking all of these individual pieces, and by doing this, I am making them one piece. Right? So I'll be able to pick that up as one piece, do my adhesive with it as one, and then set it back down, and then come back in and remove those pieces. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I had 10 pieces. Oh, I didn't put those two together. Now I've got 2. I could have made them 1. So take my tape runner here. Apply my tape runner. And set them back down as 1 piece. Oopsie, better make that pineapple straight. He's kind of the star of the show there. And then I can come back in with my tweezers and lift this up. Just grab, I need to grab just a little part of that. When you're working, when you're doing this with thin paper like this, like the magazine paper, it does take a little bit of patience to get that to pick back up, just because it's thin. But when you're working with it with like scrap paper, pattern paper, whatever it is, it just pulls right up. But I do use tweezers just to be able to get, you know, under those little pieces. I may have to go in and add just a little bit more adhesive in a couple of those spots. There we go. All right, so while I'm here, let me find my glue pen, and I'll just come, this little one kind of floating out there in the wind. Is that coming out? I can't see. I can't tell if that was coming out or not. There we go. This little guy's floating in the wind a little bit, and then maybe a couple of these. We'll just put a little bit of that there. All right, so now we're ready for our second piece. And really, this could have just been 1 piece. I just didn't realize that I hadn't adhered those 2 pieces together. All right. It reminded me when I was talking about like doing something like this with little kids, or not little kids, but kids. I was teaching a class at Ready, Set, Create last year, and one of the attendees, Julie, I can't remember if she brought it or if she showed me. No, she brought it because I have a picture of it. She was doing something for a youth group, and they were at camp, and she had them do a whole like book of lists about their favorite things and their favorite shows and their favorite musicians and, you know, cartoons and whatever it was. But I loved what she had done. She had been saving cereal boxes. And so she took the cereal boxes and basically, you know, flattened them. And then the cereal boxes were the covers. So she just punched holes in and I think put, either tied it with string or something, and then had all different kinds of, you know, scrap paper and stuff inside. But the cereal boxes were the covers. And then the kids at camp were doing a lot of writing, but they were having fun writing because they were writing inside of cereal boxes, but then also writing about things that they thought were fun, like music and, you know, their favorite foods and colors and teachers and subjects at school and things like that. Oop, so that was really cool, I thought. Fun idea. Is I think it's important, in my opinion, that kids still write, you know, especially with computers and phones and texting and all of that, that it's really important, I think, that kids still write because it's, you know, it's still how we communicate in some cases. All righty. Now, if I didn't want to have a lot of background there, I could have put either a piece of pattern paper down first, or I could have had a, you know, if I was in if I had a magazine or something, I could have done a whole page on that magazine. I may come back and, I don't know, do a little something in those wide areas. We'll see. All right, so now we have our left page. So there's something that we need to be thinking about the left page. If I'm going to stamp directly on here, before I do anything, I need to check to see what happened before. So we're here. And here, I have not done anything here. Which means if I were to stamp directly on here, that would affect what has happened here. So if I had written things on this page, directly on the page, and then I'm stamping here, I will end up with a little ghosting or shadowing on this back side. So it's always a good idea, double check, see what you did. I haven't done anything here yet. This now will just, if I'm stamping here, then I'll need to put a little piece of pattern paper there and then do my list, because I will see a little bit of ghosting or shadowing that I really don't want to see. And if you're not quite sure what I'm talking about, here's an example. Now, this is very thin paper. Just this little composition notebook is very thin. So like with that About Last Month stamp, you see it there, it's dark, it's navy. And when I look at it there, you see kind of that shadowing or ghosting. That's what I mean by shadowing or ghosting. So it's just something to be aware of, that you don't, check to see what you did before to make sure you're not going to affect what you did before by what you're about to do now. Okay, so now we'll do our little outlining here. And I will probably want to my list of things that are always in the house versus never in the house, food, the always is a lot longer than the never. So probably what I'm going to end up doing, I wonder if I could do this. What if I did this? What if I did food as the title, and then I did always, and then I did never? That would work, because then I think we're going to try that. So I am going to do, let's see. I was going to use the letter scramble, maybe for my title. So letter scramble. These are 12 by 12 cardstock stickers. They are, Diane, are you here? Diane McNabb, we still need to finish up this conversation if you're still here, okay? So email me. I think ball's in your court. With these are 12 by 12 cardstock stickers. So they come in, I want to say 16 different colors, I think. These are a Bella Boulevard product. They have a lot of stickers on there, right? There are 4 different, let's look at this one. This will be easier. There are 4 different fonts. So you have a lowercase serif. Serif are like the little hats and little shoes or feet on letters. There is a lowercase sans serif, meaning without the little serifs. You have an uppercase sans serif, no. And then you have numbers, and then you have those little guys. All right, so lots of numbers and letters and so forth. So I think what I will do is use these for my title, and I'll just, for the food part. For the food. So these come in single sheets, color by color, and they also come in a bundle. So when you buy the bundle, you get 15% off. So I think just maybe what we'll do is, what if we do that one? Okay, so I am going to grab my ruler. My ruler I am going to use for 2 things. I'm using this font, and I have 2 sheets because I have used some of the letters. Like here I can see I only have 1 O. So we'll use from the other sheet as well. I am going to line those letters up on my ruler using the horizontal line. There's just a little tiny bit on there, so I'll try not to move that around too much. Little tiny bit for it to stick on. With the horizontal line, so it is straight. If I'm not working with a line, like I'm using a lined insert here, but I want to show you because this will help us in another way as well. Then this helps assure that your letters are nice, even, and straight. So that's the first thing that I use that for. Second thing is, let me just get these other 2 letters down here, and we'll take a look at that. Food. Food. All right, so they're straight. The next thing I can do is sometimes we struggle to find the center, right? Or where exactly this should go. Like I'm like, should it go right here? Should it go over here? Should it go over here? I'd like to do it here. But if I have the letters attached to my ruler, I can move that around until I know exactly, well, where it looks straight to me, right? So if that looks, I think we'll go right here. And it doesn't have to be on a line. It looks like this will be on a line. So press down on the tops of the letters and then gently peel that ruler out from underneath. If you have a metal ruler I'd say because it's really thin, that's easy to do that with. If you have like a thicker acrylic ruler, it's not as easy to do with because it's, you know, a little bit thicker. Also, I find that shorter ruler, since I'm working in a traveler's notebook, also makes it a lot easier. With these stickers, you want to, right after you get them down, make sure you press them down really well. Some of these stickers don't have a lot of surface area to them. They're thin and narrow. So you want to make sure that you press them down so they will stick and continue to stick, right? So we want to do food. Underline. With the pen. Whoopsie. I got a little bit close to the sun there. Food. We're going to do always in the house and never in the house. So, I will, if I wanted to take a lot of time, I could do something like this, but I won't because we've been going for a while today. But I could use little small alphabet stamps to do always in the house, never in the house, but I think I'm just going to write it. So, always in the house. And actually, you know what? Now I'm good because I didn't end up stamping there, so I haven't affected anything there. Let's do this. I would like to, let me look at the size of something here very quickly. Maybe put them in a box. So let's look at in the box stamp set. That is, I know that is the biggest, tallest box that I have. Stamp set, and I know it didn't seem like it was tall enough there. So what I'm going to do, I will start this first list and then I will build a box around it. How about that? All right, so keeping that in mind that I will need a little bit of room, let's do this. Always in the house. And I need something pretty plain. Now, there's lots of different food bullet stamps that I could do, but I won't do that because I don't need to do that. I mean, gosh, that'd be crazy if I switched up every one that I was doing. So I won't do that. Let's find something really basic. I probably will go to maybe the OG, the original Bulletin Board. Why don't we could just do a circle. That'd just be easy, right? That'd be easy. The bullet, that's what a bullet is, right? Just the circle. We need our stamping stylus. Now I don't have to worry about how I'm placing that in relation to the sticker with the squirrel on it because it's, just there. The only other thing I'm going to be thinking about is if I want to use a color just to separate. This will be really black if my bullets and my writing and everything is black. So let's do a color. I don't know, that might be kind of fun. I mean, we don't have that exact same thing because there is not a mint. Mint does not exist in the world of distress oxides. Not really it. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking maybe it needs to be a red. Right? Red's pretty bright. But this is a pretty bold, right? It's a pretty bold list. So we could go with olive green. I've missed so much in the chat. I feel like I'm totally just out there. That's okay. I'm I don't know what you guys are saying. I want to be part of the party. orange, green, yellow. I don't know. I kind of feel like red would just be really bold. Let's do it. Let's do bold. Why not? Crackling campfire. That's what it's going to be. Where would that be? Crackling campfire. All right. This is a prime example in my world of why I think it is so important to swatch your inks. Okay, so I could look at this. Oh, Reg, want to come in? Well, come in. Come on. Hi. Come on in. Only if you get in your bucket. Get in your bucket, sweetie. Hop right up there. All right. So red. There's like 6 different reds here, right? They're all different. Oh, he's so good. He literally jumped right up on here and he's getting in his bucket. He's going to lay down and go to sleep. Okay. But this one, that crackling campfire, kind of goes well with that. But here's the other reason why I think it's really important to swatch your inks. This is what crackling campfire looks like when I look at the lid, right? It's kind of muted, kind of orangey. When I look at that, so that's what it really looks like stamped. To me, it looks totally different. Where I might sometimes pass this by because it looks a little too orangey, but when I see it stamped, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I like that. All right, so that's what we're doing. We're going with crackling campfire. Oh, okay, hold on. Just had another thought. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to do red and green. Red will be things not in the house, and green, oh, okay, this is gonna work. It's gonna work. Hopefully it doesn't look too Christmassy when all is said and done. Right, we're gonna kind of play on the red and green with like and don't like and have and don't have. Hello, Christine Chapman. Happy Saturday. You had to work, but now you're home and ready to play. I love that. Play with us. Play with us. Put in the house over the food page, then always never on the blank line. What? In the house over the food page, then always never on the blank line. Oh, I understand. What Kathy is saying, I could have done this. Food in the house, and this would all be always and then never. Yeah, too late. I mean, I saw that too late. So, green. What green? What green? What green? How about, I'm thinking, no, like that green. Pine needles, rustic wilderness. I don't know, it might make it way too, I think it's gonna make it look too Christmassy. So we're gonna go with something else. We're going to go with mustard seed. Mustard seed will be the yellows, and obviously mustard seed is the yellow. Mustard seed would be always in the house, and crackling campfire will be never. I just felt like it would look a little bit too Christmassy. All right, always in the house. In my world, always in the house, cottage cheese. Always, 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 always. I eat a lot of cottage cheese. Easy protein. Easy protein. I mix mine with Greek yogurt. Greek yogurt. Always in the house. What will fit there? Very small. Let's see. Oh, cottage cheese, Greek yogurt, coffee. Kind of short fits there. Always coffee, right? What else is always in our house? Creamer. Coffee creamer. Also wine. I'd like to dislike, but then it's always there. Wine, LaCroix, or some kind of bubble water. I call it bubble water. This was really funny. One time, I called it bubble water, and some of you emailed me and said, "What is it? Where can I find bubble water? You say you really like bubble water a lot, so where do I find bubble water?" And I'm like, "Bubble water? What do you mean?" "Well, bubble water." And I'm like, "Well, you know, anywhere." They're like, "No, bubble water." I'm like, "Oh no, I just call it bubble water. There's not really a bubble water." But then some people thought I said, I think maybe they thought I said the Bublé or whatever, you know, the one with Michael Bublé in the commercial, that thought I said that, and then it was kind of this whole funny thing. LaCroix, you know, like club soda, that kind of bubble water is what I mean. Olives. Oh, yes. Olives. Always olives. I love olives. Kalmata olives, green olives, Calistrano olives. Debbie, have I made protein pancakes with cottage cheese? Not yet. I just got some protein granola from the people that make the protein pancakes. I know multiple places make protein pancakes, but can't remember what it's called. I haven't yet, but I will. Let's see. A lot of cottage cheese recipes on Pinterest lately. They make it. Yeah. I'm just trying to put a lot more protein in my diet. I don't necessarily love meat. When I say meat, I mean chicken, beef, lamb. I hate lamb, pork. It's just, none of it's my favorite thing, but I don't get enough protein. I'm learning that protein keeps me more full longer. It's kind of like the protein really helps, almost they say like a natural GLP-1. Because it keeps you full longer. So I'm trying to work more protein into my diet. Let's see. Lisa said in her house, this list could be almost seasonal. Totally, right? Yes, totally. A fork and knife stamp. That'd be kind of, that would be fun, wouldn't it? To do like a fork and knife. I probably have something like that. From a Carrie Bradford stamp set. I'm going to look and see if I can find it after, because that'd be fun to put like right there on either side of that, wouldn't it? Okay. Olives, cashews, protein bars. Oh, you guys, Vicky turned me on to a protein bar. There's a company called Built, Built. They are a Utah-based company, actually. But they have it is bubble. I gotta look because it is amazing. But it's not their regular protein bars. It's like an airy one. Really, really good. Pickles. Salsa. Always have salsa. Always have, carrots. Baby carrots. We always have baby carrots in the fridge. And celery. That's a good snack. I like to put like peanut butter, cashew butter, something like that on celery. That's yummy. But no ants on a log. No ants on a log. Ants are the raisins, and raisins are my never in the house list. Eggs, cheese. Uh-oh. Didn't mean to put a comma there. Oh well. Anchovy paste. We always have anchovy paste in the house. You know that I don't cook, but I make one of my mom's friends makes a mean Caesar salad dressing, and I make that, and it's good, but you have to have anchovy paste. So we always have anchovy paste in the house, because sometimes you go to the store and they don't have it, so I have to order it online, and then it's always here. So that sounds kind of funny. Always ketchup. I'm a big ketchup person. Canned tuna fish. That's another one, because that's easy protein sometimes in a pinch. Boy, I better. It'll be interesting. We'll see what happens here, because we'll be running out of room quickly. Popcorn, because that's an easy salty snack sometimes. Lemon, avocados, healthy fat. I'm never sure if there's an E in there or not after if you put an S on the end. I don't know. Peanut butter. Rice. I hate that I have this line going there, but oh well. Chickpea salsa. No. Oh my heavens. I saw salsa right up there. I promise you, we do not have chickpea salsa. Chickpea pasta. Chickpea pasta. So, non-gluten pasta. Oh, look at that, Nancy. Nancy, you just gave it away. I know where you're from, but you just gave it away to everybody else. You're my Marmite or Vegemite. Nancy's from New Zealand. Built Puffs, Carissa. Carissa, hi, Carissa. Yes, Built Puffs. It is a protein bar that, I kid you not, you would think you were eating it's the most incredible thing you've ever eaten. It's so good. Built Puffs protein bar. I have the salted caramel one. It's so good. Carrie said mango salsa. I love the Costco mango salsa. So good, right? Carrie said this is going to be a long list for my house, right? Phoebe, popcorn and tuna used to be staples until your doctor told you were allergic to them. Oh gosh, yeah, right? Right. Carrie, with the chickpea pasta. So there's a new, it's a bean. Gosh, what is it? I can't remember what it's called. But it's a new one that I found that it's made out of a bean instead of chickpea. I mean, very similar, but that's also good. If I like pasta, but I'm trying to stay away from gluten. I don't think it does me any service. Pasta sauce. Corn tortillas, the really small ones, you know, like the little like street taco size, like maybe that big. Like yesterday we had a salad for lunch with romaine and just one of those little tortillas at the bottom, and then some really lean ground beef and avocado and salsa and sour cream on it. It was so good. But mentally for me, the difference of having that little corn tortilla that's like 50 calories just made the world of difference. Arugula. Love arugula. Romaine lettuce. We always have romaine lettuce. Chickpea pasta. Some of it's good. I mean, it is good. It is, you know, I like it better than zoodles. Zoodles, I like zucchini noodles. It just, too watery for me. It's just weird. But the chickpea pasta, you have to be careful though. You can't eat a lot of it. Garbanzo beans and chickpeas tend to expand with water. And so they get in your stomach and expand and can cause you some discomfort. Yeah. Related to your body processing food, if you know what I mean. But I love it. Rice cakes. Love rice cakes. That's for me if I need like that crunchy. I feel like I need some crunchy, then that fits the bill. Butter. Always butter. Tomatoes, apples. And now here's the thing. That's not to say that we don't eat meat. We don't have chicken and steak and things like that. It's just, they're not necessarily staples. They're not things that we always have in the house. So those are just kind of things that we always have in the house. So now what I would like to do, now I can make my box as big as I need it. So I'm going to do this, that, and then I got a little too close to the sun here. And then I really do like my double box, and this, having this double box, this is how I'll be able to work in a little bit more color. You'll see that in a minute. Okay, there. And then over here, I'm like really close to the center, but that's okay. All right, so there's my first one. Food, always in the house. Always. And now we have our never. Now, the never in the houses are because sometimes there's things that we don't like or I don't like. Sometimes there's things I like way too much. Way too much. So they can't be in the house. I am adding Miracle Whip because I think, Carrie, you said that. And I'm like, oh yeah, now never in the house. But back then, we used to have it. All right. Oh, Kelly, you make your own butter with chives and salt. Oh, that sounds so good. So good. Bonza. Yes, Bonza is a really good gluten-free pasta for sure. I'll maybe have Nick bring the other one in and if anyone is interested, you can see what it is. Okay, things we never have in the house. Eggplant. We never have eggplant in the house. Nick and I are both allergic to eggplant. My tongue, like I have a geographic tongue. Nick has it too, not as bad, I guess, as I do. Basically means you have all these little valleys in your tongue. So certain foods really, really, really irritate. There is some kind of oil or something in eggplant that sets me off like you can't even believe. All right. Oh, so really quickly now, when we talked about shadowing or ghosting, we will probably see a little bit of that here. Maybe, not too bad. I thought with the red we might see a little bit, but I worked really hard to make sure that the quality of my inserts are fairly nice. I will tell you the 2 new themed Traveler's Notebook inserts that you will see on Friday the 21st. The quality is even better, the paper, and this is good quality paper. So I thought we might see shadowing from that, but it looks like we're not going to see that. Heavy cream for coffee. Terry, I am like cranky. You don't want to get on my bad side if I don't have the cream for my coffee, the creamer. All right, so eggplant. Eggplant, never in our house. Never, never, ever. Also never in our house. Cookies. Can't do it. Just can't do it. They're here. Like I said, I have that mentality. It's like, well, might as well eat them all today so that I can start over again tomorrow, which is not a good. I'd be better off having cookies every so often and having 2 or 3, not like big ones, little ones, and be like, okay, that was good. Not there. Not there yet. Same for candy. For me, right now, it's an all or nothing, and all of these have to be nothing. Nick's the same way, like I said. Peas. Peas, I think, are the most disgusting thing in the world. So, no peas. Canned peas, no peas. Nope. Cereal. Nick and I just don't eat cereal. I love cereal. Oh gosh, give me a good, full of sugary kids' breakfast cereal. I love it. But again, for me, it's like I would eat 3 bowls for breakfast, and that's just not something that I would like to do. Specific cookies. Oreos. It's crazy how at the end of the day, you're like, where did that whole sleeve go? Or where did all 3 of those sleeves go at the end of the day? Because if you have a couple here and go in the kitchen, grab another one, because they call my name. All these things, well, not the eggplant. These things call my name and they talk to me. And so I'll be in the other room and the Oreos are saying, Leo, come get us. We need you to come get us. Yeah. Tabitha just asked a question. She said, are you doing a What's New Wednesday for things releasing Friday, March 21st? Tabitha, I am doing that Friday morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time. Friday morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time. Good question. Oreos, bread. I just feel better without it. So, bread. Sometimes I will use a rice cake for something like that, but no bread. This is another one, and this is, again, no judgment. This is just us pre-packaged frozen meals. Different stages of our life, absolutely. Absolutely, just not now. Sardines. Ugh. Yuck. Here's another one, and this is going to sound odd. This is just, I think, the easiest way for me to word this. Exotic meat. And what I mean by that is like elk or deer or buffalo or bison or anything like that. Again, for someone who's not a huge meat fan, when you bring things like that in, that just sets me off on a whole other tangent. So I can't do it. I think Nick would like it, but lunch meat. No really lunch meat, probably because no really bread. Now's a good time for Miracle Whip. And again, you guys, this is no judgment here, right? So if I have something on my never in the house list and it's your favorite thing, we're just different people, right? It's okay. It's what makes diversity, right? If we all have different opinions and different tastes and things like that. So I don't ever want you to be offended, hopefully, about something that I write down. That would make me sad. Oysters. Liver. Blech. My mom had to eat liver all the time when she's a little kid, so she said we're never having that growing up. Tofu. Nope. Beets. I also am not a beets fan. Beets. Beets. No beets. No beets. Raisins. Nope. No. Tried to pass those off as candy to my kids when they were little. Here's a box of candy. When they're really little, they think it is, and then they get smart. Baked beans. Another thing, I've never been a fan of baked beans. So you'll never see those in our house. Jell-O. Not really a Jell-O fan. Let's see, did I miss anything? Did I say sardines? I did. I think that's it. I think that's the end of my list about things that are never in the house. Kelly, for me, she said, I wish I liked bubble water. For me, it was definitely an acquired taste. Well, that's how red wine was for me. I don't know. I'd say probably in my late 20s, I started acquiring a taste for red wine, but I really did not like it prior to that. But bubble water, that's another thing. For years, to me, it tasted like Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer. I did not like it. I've learned with bubble water, generally, it needs to have a little bit of flavor. Now, like LaCroix, even it's like a lime or lemon LaCroix or whatever, or La Croix, whatever you would call it. There's no sugar in it. It's just like essence. It's almost just like a little essence. Like someone took a slice of lemon and wafted it over the top. All right, there we go. So now I'm going to bring in just a little bit more color over here. And the way I'm going to do that, but I loved the idea. Whoever said, hey, it'd be fun if you had like a fork and a knife. So I know I have a stamp set. I think it's from Carrie Bradford that has a fork and a knife on it. So I think that'd be really fun to put fork and a knife somewhere in there. All right. So now a little bit more color because it's just kind of plain on the other side, on my left side. Let's get this put away. And get it put away and bring out the colored pencils. I love to use colored pencils in my list to add color. And in this case, what I'm going to do, well, you'll see. So I need a yellow and a red. I swatch just like I swatch my inks. I swatch my colored pencils because it's much easier to find the brand and then the color within the brand as opposed to bringing out all the colored pencils and then, marking to see what color is right. So if I use Castle Arts, Cadmium Yellow Deep is pretty close. Let's see if we can find a red in there that's pretty close. No, red, not so much. Actually Signal Red, that works. So brand Castle Arts, that would be from here. And we wanted cadmium, blah, 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 deep yellow or something like that, right? Let's see. Cadmium Yellow Deep. This is why I swatch my colored pencils. Look at that. Look how orange that is. That's not really how it looks. Like we saw it swatched. It's not that orange, right? So when you look at that, you'd probably never pick that color. I am going to just kind of color in between those two lines that I used to create my box. I could have done a different color if I wanted, right? Like a little alternate color. If I wanted to pull more color in, but here we go. And we'll try to get over here without really messing it up. The other thing I can do though is draw attention to something like this. I can do my always like that. So you really now see the always. so it doesn't blend in so much with all of my writing. All right, so then the other one I said we were going to do for the red is, did we say signal red? Signal red. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so sorry. Can you hear the disposal in the other room? Signal red. Oh, and then we'll do that. The never. So we just kind of drew attention to the never. This is actually, these pardon me for a moment, I'm going to shut the door. I don't know what Nick is putting down the disposal, but it sounds like everything in the fridge is going down the disposal. All right, but this is how my in the box stamp set started, because I was doing boxes like this all the time. And I would take a ruler, I didn't do the ruler here, but I would take a ruler and do the box with a ruler so one of the lines was straight, and then I would hand draw the other line. And over time, people kept saying, can we have a stamp like that? Can we have a stamp like that? And I'm like, well, why can't you just, oh, okay, I'll make a stamp like that. Yeah. All right, so there we go. Very much a time capsule list, right? Because this is specific to a very particular point in time. 10 years ago, it probably would have looked very different. We very much would have had cereal in our house. We probably would have had chips and cereal and lunch meat and bread for the boys, right? But now we don't. So there we go. I will just add a little date. We'll just do that here. March 15, 2025. I think it's really important to date your lists because, like I said, time capsule. This tells a very specific story about our time of life or where we are. All right. When I see you guys next, I will have put a fork and a knife there. And I will also have Nick do his homework where he will fill out his list here of things that his idea of a perfect Sunday. All right, my friends, I'm going to rotate the camera. Karen, thank you for the reminder. Or Terry, excuse me. Thank you for the reminder. If you have not already given the video a thumbs up, if you would, that would sure be appreciated. I would very much appreciate that. Rainey, I saw that you were here. I hope that your job search is going well. Actually, I hope the search isn't going well. I hope that you say, oh, I already found a job. That would be awesome. Oh, cuties. Yes, Linda May. Love having cuties when it's that time of season. I think someone had said this could definitely be seasonal, for sure. I'm going to rotate the camera. All right, so here we go. Rotate for a moment. Well, not for a moment. This is how we're going to end. All right, so there we go. 3 fun lists today. And they were all totally different, right? One was fairly short. It was a 1-pager. Another one was kind of detailed. We did some cutting with an X-Acto knife and cut and tuck, as Susie called it. And then our last list just really had fun, kind of just like collaging, glue book. A lot of people call that glue book style because you're basically cutting things out and just gluing them in. Most, if not everything I use today, you'll find on my website at lailbymail.com. You'll see a description. You'll see a link in the description box of the video that will take you to the what I'm using page on the website. All right, so second giveaway. There is an after party giveaway. If you're not familiar with my giveaways, one happens live. We already did that one live, and Alice won Alice won the last week one. Nancy won the live today. But there's always an after party. So after party takes place when the video is over. You can leave a comment on the video when it's over, and you will have a week until we're listing again. We're listing again on Saturday, March 22nd. So stick around until I'm done and then just go leave a comment right away, or just make a mental note sometime before next Saturday. Leave a comment on the video. I would love to know just one thing. Tell me one thing when you leave a comment. What's either something that's always in the house or something that's never in the house when it's related to food in your life right now. And then that person, I will randomly draw before we start next Saturday. That person will win 2 of the 14 by 14 little storage pouches that we talked about with that second zipper. And then the little acrylic frame to hold your little stamps when you're working with stamps. If you missed me talk about this, this coming Friday, March 21st, at 8 a.m. Pacific time, I will be going live and I will be showing you all of the new Lail by Mail products. Idea book, 4 new Traveler's Notebook covers, 2 new themed inserts, 4 new stamps, 2 new dies. Maybe if it's here, a brand new acrylic stamping block, different size, but that's what we're planning. So lots of fun things to share. I'll also kind of show a little kind of peek at, not peek, we'll take a look at it, the spring summer season pass, which just started shipping on Thursday. So lots of fun things. So that will be Friday morning. Saturday, we will be doing an all day listing. So remember, it's an open house. You can stay the whole time. You can come, pop in and out. You can be there for part of the time. You can watch the replay, whatever it is. But we'll start that at 8 a.m. Pacific time. And we'll go 8 to noon, take an hour break, and then we will go 1 to probably 6-ish Pacific time. So lots of fun things. And if you haven't done one of the all-dayers with me before, especially when we're celebrating, because we're celebrating 5 years of this, we're also celebrating 6 years of me turning my side hustle into this full-time thing. So lots of celebrating, but lots of prizes. You guys, I have so many fun prizes to share. So I'm excited for that as well. So I'd love to see you. I'd love for you to help celebrate you, because it's you guys that have made all of this happen. All from that very first video back March 21st. That was the very first one, March 21st, 2020, where all this started. So I just love that it happens to land on a Friday and to kind of kick off our celebration. If I missed any of your comments, please, if you would like to ask a question or whatever it is, I won't see the chat after this, so easiest way is to go to laelbymail.com and click contact us, or you can email me. Other than that, I will take a quick look at the chat, and then I will let you guys go for your Saturday, and we'll go from there. Let's see. Let's see. I missed Terry's idea. Terry had an idea, but I missed it. You guys are looking forward to next Saturday. I am too. A lot of fun. I have lots of fun lists and a little reminiscing and, fun things like that. Let's see. Terry. Oh yeah, that'd be fun, Terry. I'd love that. Facebook group, Lael by Mail Facebook group. So if you're not part of that, go to Facebook, search Lael by Mail. There's a Facebook page and a Facebook group. Facebook group is private, and on a Facebook group, anyone can post. Facebook page, only I can post. So Facebook group, say, please, I want to be a part of it, and then I will, say, okay. But Terry said that she would kind of do like a sound off page or post in the Facebook group about maybe how long you've been here, if you've been here from the beginning, the last 5 years, if you, I don't know, if you're new, whatever it is. We just love to see you and hear from you. So join us there. It's fun. A lot of people lately sharing their projects and their lists, which I love. I love that you guys are doing that because it's so fun. You guys all see mine. But I think it's really fun for other people to see other people's lists and the different takes that you guys do. So I love it. All right, my friends, enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I hope you have a great week, and I hope to see you either here the 21st at 8 a.m. For all the new product reveal and or next Saturday for a fun day of listing. Take care, friends. Bye-bye. And I've got to walk around the other side of the camera, and yeah, so this part's always a little clunky since this is the new way I have to do things or get to do things. Oh yeah, sorry, because on one side is the X right here, but I can't see it. One side is the X and the other side is the end. Thank you guys. There we go. Oh, almost. X, there we go. And then end.